Ooh, Diddy's in trouble. Even more trouble than being federally charged with racketeering and all kinds of nasty crap. So, Michelle, right off the bat, the breaking news from yesterday. What's the deal? What is going on? Let's talk about the busting news. All right, so he had faces? He made faces?
Well, he's been doing this from the very beginning of the trial, and the judge warned him and his defense team that he should not be trying to make any kind of eye contact with the jurors and be very expressive during the testimony. And he got a little out of control yesterday.
So during either direct or cross with witnesses, depending on what's being said, he's exhibiting explicit facial expressions, negative or positive.
No, it's like it was during the cross of Brianna
when they're doing cross and his defense team is trying to bolster his case or impeach a witness, and he's all grooving and
hopping and
shaking
they
his
got
head.
it. She's wrong. Look at that. I didn't dangle her quite like that. She had her toe up there. Yeah. I don't know what he's thinking.
You got to be specific. I mean, if she had her toe up there.
Right, I know, right?
It's not really a dangle.
I know. I think that was his point.
Was Brianna the witness?
Yeah, it was during her testimony, and he just was nodding vigorously.
Wow.
And apparently this has gone on since the very beginning. He did try to make eye contact during even jury selection. That's why he has been warned by the judge. The judge told him yesterday, do it again, you are in time out, meaning out of the courtroom.
So Diddy could be ejected from the courtroom during his own damn fight for his life trial.
Yeah.
You think his judge or his lawyer is bringing him like a Xanax or something in the morning?
You know what? They might this morning.
They ought to drug him up. You know what? They ought to get him some scissor.
Do you remember Michael Jackson when he showed up to court on verdict day?
No.
Michael Jackson verdict day.
Michael Jackson had the big trial, the big case.
Yeah, thanks. I remember that.
It's taking you a while. You're like,
no.
day.
I'm trying to think about what happened on Michael Jackson's verdict day. 20 years ago?
He walked in like a comatose zombie with no reaction. He was so, I don't want to say inebriated, but he was so.
I wonder if the doctor, what's his face?
Conrad Murray.
Conrad Murray. What if Dr. Conrad juiced him up on that day?
That was his first assignment.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you hit him up with some tranquilizer?
Conrad Murray. But they need to give him
became.
Oh, you know what? Stop.
That became.
All the gusto was lost in it. But they need to give him some kind of sedative or something, or some kind of relaxant.
Yeah. I mean,
you know, Michael Jackson's really happy. There's a sale on boys' pants at JCPenney.
Stop.
You messed the joke up.
Well, how'd I mess it up? They're half off.
Yeah.
What? How'd I mess the joke up? Michael Jackson's very happy. There's a sale on boys' pants at JCPenney. They're half off. How did I mess the joke up?
It seemed a little wordy in your setup.
I didn't mess the joke up.
It seemed like there were like 2 or 3 extra words.
Yeah.
Anyway, full Diddy, and there's a couple of other things. I think there are like 2 or 3 things that I found interesting from the Diddy trial. Michelle will have
You see Michael Jackson shopping at Sears. That way there's no innuendo that you're going to go down the little boys route. And they say, oh, Michael Jackson was shopping at Sears? And they go, yeah, little boy's pants were half off.
Oh, that's another way you can tell.
Yeah. You save it for the punchline. You don't give it out in the setup.
Hey, Fester.
Yo, baby.
You want to hear about my kid?
Which one?
Julian, who's in the studio this morning.
Hey, J-Dog.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Guess what?
What happened?
Julian, I got to talk about your device.
Oh,
Yeah.
Which one?
I don't want him to get arrested on the way out of here.
He's not going to get arrested. First of all,
I also have another piece of content that you do not know about yet in the studio.
Wait a sec. You have additional content?
I do.
All right, so folks, welcome Julian, my son, to the MJ Morning Show. Fester brought in Hadley, so we've got a whole family affair going on. So one of my kids is here. Another one of Fester's kids is in the studio on this. It's a fun freaking Friday here at the MJ Morning Show. So, Fester, listen to this.
Okay.
I walk into the building with my key card, so I can show the folks watching MJ TV. Let me grab my wallet. So this is my key card. I'm holding this up, MJ TV. If you're watching, you'll see it. If you go back and watch us later on MJ TV, we're on YouTube Live every morning. The whole show is on video. We've got multiple cameras in the studio. MJ TV. You can go to mjmorningshow.com and scroll down, and you'll see MJ TV, and just click on it. You can watch us live or later. So I'm holding up the key card. So I walk into the building, Fester. Pay attention to me.
I'm here.
I walk into the building, and I use my key card just like you use yours.
I have one too, yeah.
Michelle and Julian were lagging behind. Think. They were able to get into the building without my key card. How did that happen?
Like the hillbilly from the country station come walking in?
No.
Chachu and Hank, whatever his name is?
Nope, nobody else.
He comes in, he's like, hey, y'all. What
Nope.
y'all doing here? He's like, I'm MJ's kid. Oh, come on in, y'all. Yeah.
No one else was involved, Fester. So,
okay.
Would you like to know?
How
did my kid get in with no key card? So
did you slip a rock at the door because you didn't close
all
the way?
Nope. The door was completely closed.
Okay.
My kid, Julian, and Michelle were lingering back at the car in the parking lot. I'm already in the building, and they had no trouble getting in.
Did you hot wire the box or something? Or
Nope.
Take the box off?
Nope.
I mean, it's a key pass entry system, but it's the most basic one in the world.
All right.
This is like technology from like 1985.
All right, Julian, you want to tell Fester how you got into the building?
I use my handy, trusty flipper device.
What's that?
It's the hack thing that people were really scared about. That
Have you ever seen this thing? Look, have you ever seen this?
You can copy key cards?
Yeah.
So did you hold your dad's card up to that to?
Oh, like maybe over a year ago?
Yeah, over a year ago, he said, hey, where's your key card? So he cloned my key card with his flipper device. And now all he has to do is use this flipper device to get into the studio. But you need to have a legitimate key card to copy. So it's not like he can go out and buy a flipper device and just walk into our place. You have to have a legitimate key card to then copy the code off of, and then he has it stored inside. Andrew asked in my ear, how close do you have to be to the key card to copy it?
Oh, pretty much like directly onto it. I have to.
Yeah. So Julian's a little tech nerd over here, and I don't I don't want to say a crook or a criminal, but
I'm not doing anything bad with
listen,
it.
it can be used for both evil.
Oh, for good or
good
evil.
purposes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is some real Mission Impossible stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is like Ethan Hunt just walking up to like the director of security and scanning his badge and then walking into the Pentagon.
This is MI9.
Yeah.
We already have a new episode after Mission Impossible 8.
Tom Cruise, if you're listening.
Yeah. You thought that MI8, The Final Reckoning, was the last one. No. We've one more reckoning. Julian using his flipper device, and there was a whole bunch of controversy on this device, and that crooks and folks can use this for nefarious reasons.
Yeah.
It's honestly kind of blown way out of proportion. They don't really know what they're talking about, to be honest.
Like, so what else?
You seem to have gotten into this building pretty easily, Mr. Criminal.
Well, that's because I had access to the physical card in which I scanned, and the person let me scan it. The owner of the card.
We ought to let Max and Chris, our engineers, know. We ought to say, hey, come on, when you get into the building this morning, because they'll be in probably before the morning show's over. Hey, come on in. Do you know about the flipper device? Because my little kid over here, my college kid over here, has cloned the key card. He could gain access with or without my butt wallet.
Well, does the station own any heavy machinery equipment by any chance?
Why?
I mean, we have a couple of station vans back there.
But I'm talking like heavy machinery.
Well, we got like 80% less because most of them got flooded out during Helene, and they never replaced them.
Any excavators, cherry pickers?
Hold on. Why you ask if we have excavators or cherry pickers?
It's my other content.
The key ring of rando keys.
When did you buy this?
A long time ago.
All right. We have got to talk about this later on. Oh my God!
A lot of those
I didn't know you really bought this.
It was I signed up for on the email, and it was at 35% off. So it was like, this is worth it now.
Well, here's the thing, MJ. A lot of those heavy equipment, or a lot of golf carts.
Yeah.
Hey, generic slug.
Dude, hang on. We're going to talk about it later on.
I can talk about it a little bit here.
Hold on a minute. So Julian just whipped out a keychain with I don't know,
it's got 50 something maybe
keys on it. Yeah,
it's like super janitor.
All right, hold on to that thought. We are just getting rolling. Oh, you know what?
Tell me.
Big Scary Ron, our general manager, did not tell me the truth yesterday.
First of all, I don't know what's big about him or scary about him. I don't know why you go with that.
Hold on a sec. We're going to have to confront Big Scary Ron, our general manager and market vice president, a little later on the MJ Morning Show. So what did Big Scary Ron say that apparently was not done yesterday? I'll tell you next. At MJ, also a crazy shoplifting story. A whole shoplifting crew has been busted, and you won't believe what the hell they were stealing. Hang on. All that next. Back in a minute. MJ Morning Show.
Good morning,
A massive shoplifting crew has been busted. They've been neutralized. You will not believe what this massive shoplifting crew was stealing. Holy crap. All right, get to that in a second. First, though, let me address the elephant in the room. I feel like I was deceived because we were told that the lobby television welcoming guests and circulating and rotating the different radio station logos in our building and different morning show pictures. I was told that that TV was going to be replaced yesterday because for months and months now, that TV has been a faded pile of ass. It's like maybe working at 10%, 20% of its like normal like working order specification, and it's all faded out. It's washed out. Clearly, there's something wrong with this like 65-inch LCD display on our wall in our lobby. And I was kind of just waiting. How long is this busted TV going to hang in our lobby with all of our faded pictures, faded logos when a client comes in for like a tour or, to meet people? They'll put like a welcome on there. In fact, the other day, there was a welcome for somebody from Service Masters. So a company called Service Masters. And Jeff Bragdon. And it said like, welcome, Jeff Bragdon from Service Masters. And it was all faded out. I wonder if he walked in the building. I wonder if this like client walks in the building and says, oh, my God. That TV looks like ass.
He's with the Service Master. He's like, first service I'll provide is a new TV over here. What do you think, boys? Hey, Lenny, get the ladder.
Let's change out this busted ass TV.
All right, here's my vision for this place. Change that TV. How about that?
They have in the lobby. Anyway, but we called up Big Scary Ron. Big Scary Ron DeCastro is our general manager, and he's the market manager. He's the vice president, and we called him up yesterday, and he said, oh, yeah, the TV's going to be switched out today. You know what? I think he double-talked us. I do.
But did you believe him, though? I think he was he getting in the shower or something, and he said he was bringing in a TV from home?
I don't know. Yeah, that was his first joke. Oh, yeah, I'll bring in one of my TVs from home.
So I didn't really take him so seriously.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Speak.
He's big and he's scary. Do you believe him?
He's not big. He's not scary. And I don't know if I believe anything that really comes out of his face.
Well, certainly about a new TV getting installed yesterday.
Ask him about the studio that we're supposed to have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Couple weeks. Yeah. It was like, what, April 26th? Was that the day? April 26th?
April 24th.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean.
But that was after we were supposed to be in last December. then last January, February, March, April 24th, Gary. And,
you know what I think? I think every time you talk about it, they add a week.
Yeah.
So maybe stop talking about it, and it'll get somewhere.
The new MJ Morning Show studio. Hey, Andrew, do you have our new studio sweeper? Can you put the studio one up on 20, would you please? Yeah, I even had a new sweeper cut. You know, a sweeper is the little production element that you hear coming out of commercials. Like we just played Coming In Hot. It's the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. That just came out of the commercial break, but I had one done. If you could put the studio one up on 20, if you can find that one, Andrew. Yeah, I'm making a mockery out of it now with my new sweeper package. I just wrote a whole bunch of new sweepers. We just put them into rotation. So, Andrew, do you have it handy? You got it? All right, Andrew's looking for it. All right, he's getting frustrated. If I ask Andrew, then he yells at me. He just snapped at me.
All right, it's all right. Let him use it.
You can't hear it. He snapped at me in my headphones, which are only in my ear, not on the air. So, but I want you to hear this damn thing.
Okay. We can move on until
Andrew, I only put 12 new. Here it is. All right, here it is. Listen.
Broadcasting from the brand new MJ Morning Show studio. Oh, scrap that. Still in the same old dump.
I can't find a plug. When was this building built? The 40s?
This is the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM, Q105.
Sounds like Will Ferrell. Is that Will Ferrell saying, when was this built? Is that it? Listen again.
Broadcasting from the brand new MJ Morning Show studio. Oh, scrap that. Still in the same old dump.
I can't find a plug. When was this building built? The 40s?
This is the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM, Q105.
What was that from? When was this? Is that a movie clip or something? I like it.
I don't know that I've ever seen it.
When was this building built? The 40s?
Why are we going with sweepers with songs in them?
Well,
that really wears them out.
Well, the production guy
don't put songs.
Well, I've kind of had.
You want me to talk to you? You want me to coach him up on how to do this?
I did say don't put songs. That one doesn't bother me.
Ooh, after you hear it 104 times.
Listen,
MJ's back. Ooh,
dude.
Oh, it's an hour and 20 minutes. It's non-stop MJ.
I do love that song, Fester, I have to say.
Do you know what song it is?
Yeah, it's like the Breakfast Club one.
So, and that is?
Don't you forget about me.
So, do you know how many songs, do you know how many times that song has been played since it came out in 1985, right?
5 billion?
86? Was it 86?
I mean, a lot of times.
But the movie was 85, right? That song and movie.
Yeah,
don't you forget about me.
Yeah.
That has been played millions of times. So a couple of times in a sweeper, that's going to really wear it out even more.
It just wears out the piece.
By the way, it's a high-testing song in the 80s genre.
Then play the song and follow it up by Eye of the Tiger and all the other crummy songs.
That gets a good score.
I used to love Eye of the Tiger, but you know what? Now I can't stand it.
I
want to punch myself like I'm Rocky.
All right.
You want me to do that thing for you? Just grab your hand. Stop hitting yourself.
Stop hitting myself. So,
I got to talk about the shoplifters.
All right, what are they stealing?
This is crazy.
Here's the thing about shoplifters.
Yeah. Why don't you tell me a thing or two about shoplifters, Fester?
They don't always steal what you think.
Fester knows a thing or two because he's done a thing or two.
Yeah.
I mean, a criminal of opportunity. But these organized rings.
What, like the sheriff in Osceola County?
Dude.
That is
Oh my gosh.
All right, hang on.
What is going on?
I don't know. That's a crazy story.
Dude, that guy's got my vote for life.
Let me please shut up. Shut up.
So, but these theft rings, they don't always steal what you think they would steal because what they're doing is they're reselling the stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So if they steal a truck full of deodorant.
Well, guess what? That story that I'm about to do has exactly that element.
Okay, that's the thing. You think, shoplifting, what are you stealing, like meat or TVs? No, not always.
Listen to this. A crew working nationwide has been charged with stealing nearly $32,000 worth of this product in just one location. Oh, nationwide, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Millions.
And I'm sure they've hit Florida. A crew has been charged with stealing nearly $32,000 worth of candles from stores in Virginia.
Wow.
Yeah, like Yankee Candle was boosted.
Wow.
But that's an easy item to put on like an eBay or
32 grand. Do you know how many freaking candles that is? What is the average candle at Yankee Candle? Listen,
I would guess $20.
I've never been in one because the smell repels me like garlic and a vampire. All right, I can't stand odoriferous overload, which is what that is. Listen to this. A crew that police said is responsible for the theft of nearly $32,000 worth of candles in a months-long crime spree in Fairfax County, that's Northern Virginia, right outside of D.C., has been shut down. Members arrested. The first person arrested, Sincere Stewart.
That's the name?
Her name is Sincere. Sincere, like sincerely. Sincere Stewart, 25, Devin Owens, 28, Delante Shaw, 34, all from D.C., arrested in the district and are awaiting extradition right across the river into Virginia, into Fairfax County. The string of candle thefts began February 10th when the individuals entered a Bath and Body Works in Kingstown Center and stole more than $1,800 worth of candles. Still, that's a crap load of candles. $1,800 worth of. I mean, what, they have armfuls like they were carrying firewood? I mean, that's a lot of freaking candles.
I mean, you'd have to steal it by the case.
The same location was hit 8 more times over the following months. A separate location off of Route 50 in Fair Oaks was hit 5 times. Final theft happened Springfield Mall. I think that was then they moved on. I guess Yankee Candle was whacked. In most of the thefts, the group made off with at least $1,000 in stolen candles, according to police. In one instance, they grabbed $4,300 worth of candles in one shot. So Fairfax County Police and U.S. Marshals, they tracked them down, linked them to the thefts, arrested them on May 29th. Yeah. Shaw is charged with 10 counts of grand larceny. Stewart faces 4 counts of conspiracy. Detectives are asking anyone with any information to get a hold of them. But also, there are other thefts. So they think that they're part of a ring that works nationwide because, like, Yankee Candle's been hit. For whatever reason, they're stealing crap from freaking candle stores. I mean, the stuff that you wouldn't think that en masse they're stealing crap.
Yeah, but this is stuff that A, isn't perishable. B, most people, you not included, kind of like. You know, they probably have a network in the community where they can easily offload this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, what if they took all this to like the Alexandria, Virginia flea market, and they set up 2 tables. They have a bunch of candles. I mean, a little sign that says $8 each.
They're
artisanal candles.
Yeah,
they're charged with larceny with intent to sell, so they must have, evidence or that they're going to resell the stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
and the candles are maybe like anywhere from $5 to $15 a piece. But you sell those Yankee Candle, like if they got the higher end ones that are $15, you could sell it for $10, and you have 100 of them.
You know what? I'll put a little flea market stand.
Right,
$8 each, 3 for $20.
Yeah,
3 for $20.
Yeah,
I'll walk home with a big pile of $20 bills.
Yeah, people do that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen, like, and this was something I saw quite a bit in New York. You'll be on the sidewalk just walking, and then you'll see a table set up, and they have all kinds of consumer goods, like Tide detergent and cleanser, and all that crap is like stolen stuff that they're then reselling.
There are parts of town, MJ, in Tampa.
I've seen those tables set up. So I've done, obviously dozens and dozens and dozens of ride-alongs with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and rolling through certain neighborhoods, let's say Saturday, Sunday afternoon, I'll see like this is a table set up with just like consumer products, just like on the side of the road, and I'm sure that stuff was legitimately gotten from a wholesaler,
But there's a community that, will buy it for a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
And somebody that'll take a couple bucks for it.
One of the tables had a sign, Sticky Finger Freddy's.
Yeah.
All right. 6:32 at the MJ Morning Show. But, man, the crap that people shoplift, and you just have no idea, Yankee Candle, and then what was the other one? Bath and Body Works. I mean, really?
Those are hot items. People want to get a discount on them.
All right. I can't remember what year it was. It might have been maybe 2014, 2015. There was a massive retail theft ring running around Florida, and they were busted. There was a huge operation with numerous sheriff's offices. And I remember that I think Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office was involved, Polk County Sheriff's Office was involved, and some other counties like down south or to the east on the East Coast. And there was like a massive ring where they were stealing millions. I think they busted some warehouse, and they had teams of like thieves all over the state ripping off Walmart, and it was like consumer goods, shampoos, detergents, baby formula was big, and they found some warehouse, and they had like millions of dollars in stolen crap from just various stores around the state of Florida. All right, 6:33 at the MJ Morning Show. Next, we'll do early morons in the news, and I guarantee you'll be entertained or your money back next. Hey, Fester, is there any update on Allison's car wreck and the handling of her case by the Kemp Law Group?
It's amazing the efficiency that the Kemp Law Group does all the steps with.
Yep.
She just had her MRI like late last week.
Yep.
We got the results back. The lawyer's working now with the insurance company to settle the.
Can you share any of the details on the MRI?
I cannot. However, I can tell you the lack of consortium is.
Oh yeah. In the aftermath of this crash, Fester's been cut off.
Unfortunately,
Fester's trolling Backpage now.
It's like 100%.
Is that even a business anymore?
I'm gonna open it back up. I'm gonna find out.
All right. So the deal is that Allison, Fester's wife, was rear-ended by an Uber in downtown Tampa, and $7,000 worth of damage. Her neck was jarred and twisted, her back, and anyway, the Kemp Law Group's handling the case. Listen, bottom line, what you need to know is accident or fall, you call Kemp Law. KempLaw.com. You don't pay a dime until they recover for you. It's KempLaw.com. Tell them MJ and Fester and Allison sent you. Traffic's on 6:34. Let's grab Schreiner with the latest, and then early morons of the news next.
Good morning.
News. First of all, how are you not charged for doing this? I'm going to warn you, this is just a wee bit gross. This is out of New Mexico. A baseball player, and this is like a youth baseball. This is like junior varsity, youth baseball. And one of the players is accused of urinating in the rival team's water jug.
Oh, that is just so foul.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, you don't want to leave the water jugs unattended.
Yep.
There's a reason why you have a water boy.
Tell you what, it really gets dicey if it's the yellow Gatorade.
Can't tell.
Exactly.
Lemon lime? Psh,
Yeah.
You'll never know.
I think you might. This is awful. Prosecutors out in Sandoval County, New Mexico, are not pursuing charges against a teen accused of urinating in a rival baseball team's water jug. This is awful. The incident happened in April at a junior varsity baseball game between Rio Rancho High School and La Cueva High School. The La Cueva High School principal, Daryl Garcia, sent a letter to JV baseball families stating a Rio Rancho student admitted to urinating in a water jug that the other team, the La Cueva players and coaches, drank from. Oh my God. This is disgusting. So the Rio Rancho, New Mexico police, they investigated and they sent their findings to their 13th Judicial District Attorney's Office. Hey, that's like, Hillsborough County, the 13th Judicial Circuit for the State Attorney's Office. That's where Chloe's going to work for, what, a little bit longer before she goes to law school.
Fascinating.
That's where my daughter works, yeah.
So
at the 13th right here.
What was
they
the
got
investigation?
What?
What was the investigation? They didn't have the water jug any longer. It's been dumped.
Well,
now it's all just anecdotal stories.
So the investigators, the police, sent their findings to the district attorney's office along with a recommendation that the teen face as many as 15 counts of battery for each of the people that drank the pee water.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. Chief Deputy District Attorney Jessica Martinez says that there's no statutes in New Mexico to make it illegal to interfere with somebody's food, and battery consists of unlawful touching or application in a rude or insolent manner of another person. How can there not be a statute? How can there not be a law in New Mexico that you can be charged for peeing in the opposing team's water cooler at a freaking high school baseball game?
I don't understand, because we have that law in Florida.
Or a junior high school baseball game.
Well, are there like federal food tampering?
Yeah, I mean, this is food tampering. I know that federally there are significant charges. In Florida, you can be nailed. Michelle, you looking up like Florida statutes for food tampering?
Yes, it's section 501.0 whatever. It's Florida Anti-Tampering Act. Like, you can't tamper with people's food.
Yes. I remember that was Lawton Child's big platform when he ran for governor. And if I'm governor,
there's no statutes in New Mexico that make it illegal to interfere with somebody's food. That didn't happen here. Talking about battery consists of unlawful touching or application in a rude or insolent manner, and they're saying that didn't happen here. So Unfortunately, this conduct is not considered criminal in New Mexico. In what freaking universe is peeing in some other team's water cooler not covered by some freaking law?
I don't understand that. How something isn't. There's some statute that should cover that.
Not considered criminal in New Mexico.
You know what New Mexico's state flag color it is? You know what the color it is?
Yellow?
Yeah, yellow. Yellow state flag. Just full of pee.
Many people in the community have been upset with the decision not to press charges and have questioned what message that sends to student or future teens who might get the idea to do something similar. It's a terrible message. Yeah, said, I guess, an attorney representing some of the families that had their water peed in. This is all, according to attorney Ahmad Assed, there are other ways the DA's office could have approached the case. For example, a public nuisance or disorderly conduct statute may have been more appropriate to explore than refile. Explore it and refile it if you can go down. There has to be some way that they can charge this teenager for whizzing in the other team's water cooler.
What are they going to do? Give them community service? Washing out jugs?
That's unbelievable. All right, let's come closer to home with morons in the news. Right here out of Tampa, Florida. Did you know that a portion of Dale Mabry was closed yesterday? Andrew's shaking his head. Andrew, did you happen to be inconvenienced by this by any chance?
No, but what, Tampa Bay Boulevard to Columbus, was that the stretch?
Yeah.
That's by the stadium, right?
Yeah, so in that area. Oh, speaking of the stadium, Metallica tonight and is it Sunday? Are they doing... So Metallica is doing 2 shows. Michelle, you wanted to go see AC/DC. I didn't hear you say you wanted to go to Metallica.
I like them. I would know one song, I think. Right?
Enter Sandman?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
with Metallica, you
gotta be.
There are dyed-in-the-wool crazy Metallica fans.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
they're the greatest band of all time. And for a lot of people, they are. And listen, have at it, guys. It's your night.
You've got such crazy Metallica fans. I thought $55 for a T-shirt at AC/DC was expensive. Those crazed Metallica fans, I think they'll shell out $5,000 for a T-shirt. Anyway, back over to my story. So a portion of Dale Mabry was shut down yesterday because some maniac claimed that he had a bomb in his car, according to TPD.
Did he?
No. Tampa police officers were called. There was a disturbance southbound lanes of Dale Mabry at Columbus. This was just after 6:30 p.m. yesterday. So this is, early yesterday evening. And the disturbance was people were calling 911 about reports of an unconscious driver in the middle of the road blocking traffic. So at this point, I have not seen that the driver has been identified, but TPD shows up and they're commanding the guy, move your car, wake up. And the guy is like not responding. So when cops arrive at the scene, the dude is just not complying with what Tampa police is telling this guy to do. So then once the guy, I guess, is alert and awake, not complying with TPD, because remember, originally he was unconscious. So once he comes to, and the Tampa PD, they're ordering him, hey, out of the car, move the car. He's just ignoring them. And then he says, I have an explosive device in the car.
That's not a good thing.
So, according to TPD, in an abundance of caution, TPD shut down the southbound lanes of Dale Mabry between Columbus Drive and Tampa Bay Boulevard. Tell you what, if this happened during Metallica tonight at 6:30, that would be a big freaking problem.
That would be awful.
So at least this guy was courteous enough to do his meltdown last night and not for Metallica's first concert tonight.
That sucks.
Man, that's nuts. And then they finally opened up the road to traffic at 9:30 last night. So it was like 6:30 to 9:30.
I mean, 6:30 is toward the tail end of rush hour.
Yeah. Hey, see if there's any update on this, because the last I had heard as of late last night when I went to bed is that, obviously they had to bring in the bomb squad. They had to do a full investigation. Apparently, listen, no bomb blew up, or we would have heard about that. We don't know what this guy's malfunction is or what the hell the story is. So I don't know if there's been an update since. I don't see if, it's got to come out today, at least, like the name of the driver, what his malfunction was.
You can't shut Dale Mabry down for 3 hours and not have a press conference the next day. There's a lot of questions.
Is there anything new on this?
No, I don't see anything about the name
or just suspect in custody after explosive threat.
I want to know what his mental problem was that he's unconscious in the middle of the road and then says he's got an explosive device in the car, and then you've got Dale Mabry shut down for 3 hours? That's a freaking mess. All right, what else do we have?
There was a Rays game last night, too, wasn't there?
Oh, I
think they're playing the Marlins or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. there either was or wasn't a Rays game last night.
Yeah, the Rays, according to Andrew, they played the Texas Rangers.
Texas Rangers, Marlins.
Yeah,
I can't tell.
They played the Rangers last night. All right, one more early Morons of the News story. If you go test drive a car, you got to bring it back.
Funny thing about that.
Yeah, if you do a test drive, bring it back. Some dealerships will let you take the test drive out on your own. Some dealerships, require that the sales guy be in the vehicle. Well, listen to this one. Of course, it's a Florida story. This is Brevard County on the other side of the state. Guy was arrested earlier this week, accused of stealing a car he test drove at a dealership. He was finally caught in that vehicle while he was ordering food at a McDonald's drive-thru.
I mean, hey, man, you got to eat.
Kenneth Miller, 19. Son, that's no way to go through life. That's a pretty rocky start, son. 19 years old, you're taking cars out on test drives and you're not bringing them back.
So when the police put out a bolo, do they contact McDonald's and Burger Kings and Checkers? Hey, look for this car?
They also mentioned a possible accomplice. The Hamburglar. Kenneth Miller, 19, faces charges of grand theft of a motor vehicle and driving with a suspended license.
What?
Yeah. Suspended license revoked or canceled is the actual charge with knowledge. So he knew that his license was suspended, revoked, or canceled. And that was his second offense in connection. So deputies had taken a report about a stolen vehicle earlier on Monday last week, noting that it was allegedly driven away by a young individual from a Melbourne Kia dealership the day prior. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey said on social media. Later Monday, however, the sheriff said that a deputy found the same vehicle in the drive-thru of a McDonald's and then soon worked with the Cocoa police to move in.
So this Kia is going to be like on deep discount, right?
I want to see you in a Kia stolen at the McDonald's drive-thru.
I'm just perplexed because when we were taking Chloe for test drives, we still had to show them her license. Like she had to present a valid Florida driver license in order. Even we knew people at the dealership, and they still wanted to get that, on the record in the documentation. So
not at Melbourne Kia.
I guess not. I mean, if his license is suspended, how is he able to even go on a test ride?
Yeah.
Unless he stole it from, it was running in the service area. He just took
off. Well, hang on. There's more to the story.
What?
The sheriff said the 19-year-old was one of two males who test drove the vehicle a few days prior before returning only one of two working sets of keys. So they believed that they switched the keys during the test drive upon the return. So then they could come back and steal the vehicle. So that was the added information on this. 6:54 at the MJ Morning Show. Early Morons in the News. When we get back, remember the crazy airplane lady?
Yeah.
You can die on this plane. Those people are not real. All right. She is launching a new career.
Tiffany Gomes?
Tiffany Gomes is launching.
Hot Girl Summer 2024?
She's launching a brand new career.
Love her.
And I'll tell you, also, are you having a bad morning? 2 in 5 Americans are bad at mornings. I'm glad I'm not bad at mornings, or else I'd be living in a van down by the river.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. We'll get to that next. MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. Don't move. You're going to love the next segment. If your carpets are nasty, if your carpets are dirty, maybe your air filters are not doing their job, maybe your ducts are nasty as well. Right now, folks, you want to take advantage of this. At Zero Res, everything is 15% off. All their cleaning, 15% off for a limited time during the month of June. This sale comes around once a year. You want your carpet cleaned, 15% off. You want your air ducts cleaned professionally, 15% off. Area rugs, upholstery, grout, tile, whatever you want Zero Res to clean in your house right now, 15% off. You call them up, go to the website, ZeroResTampaBay.com. You get the phone number on the website. Tell them the MJ Morning Show sent you. Very important. Call Zero Res, get everything clean, 15% off right now for a limited time. Tell them the MJ Morning Show sent you. ZeroResTampaBay.com. Steve and Elizabeth Holland want you to call them today. Okay, you can't call today? Then call on Monday. I don't think they're going to be around, Saturday or Sunday. All right, but listen, here's it. Well, actually, the phone is answered 24/7. All right, here's the deal. If you are retiring within, I would say, 10, 15 years, you need to get a hold of the Hollands. You're in your late 40s, you're in your 50s. Do you have the right retirement plan lined up? Do you have the right investment strategy to bring in investment income every month to replace the paycheck that goes away because you're retired? What about the full retirement plan? Estate planning, insurance. We're talking, life insurance, health care. We're talking about tax planning. The Hollands will put these plans together for you, complimentary, no obligation, no cost to you. Make sure you're not making a massive mistake. Make sure you're not leaving money on the table. Make sure you're not getting clocked with taxes in retirement. You got to have a plan. The Hollands will build you plans, complimentary, no obligation. Go to askthehollands.com, askthehollands.com, and tell them MJ sent you. Traffic's on 657. Shriner's got the latest MJ Morning Show back in a minute. hour has arrived, and that crazy lady on the airplane has a new career. MJ here, Fester, Michelle. We both have kids in this morning. Julian in studio, Hadley in studio. Tiffany Gomez. Or was it Gomes? What was it? Was it right?
I thought it was Gomez.
Yeah, Gomas, right? All right, this lady, there's a very important cherry that I want to put on top of the story, and I'll get to that here in just a second.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind putting a cherry on top of her either.
All right, Fester, will you please stop?
Oh, man.
Come on. Tiffany Gomez, she was the lady that had the meltdown on a domestic flight, and here's the actual audio. This is the epic meltdown.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going to.
All right, so she gained like worldwide notoriety when that happened. Can you believe it? It was already 2023 when that happened.
Oh, man.
When that video was taken on a flight, and she's like in the middle of the aisle, and she's pointing backward, pointing to the back of the plane, and she's just having that meltdown, right? So she's 40 years old. She is very attractive. I would agree with Fester. Michelle, any thoughts? I think she's an attractive woman.
She looks very attractive.
Yeah. Fit.
Yeah.
Nice body, the whole thing.
Likes to get hopped up on pills on planes.
So she's attractive. Face looks nice. Her body's in good shape, but just apparently her brain's a little whacked.
Just how I like them. It's a little crazy.
There we go. So she's 40 years old, and she now has, I guess, a new career. She's been rumored to have joined OnlyFans, which, does feature adult content, but, also, I guess there's a limited number of other things. So I guess on OnlyFans, she's promising an unfiltered, unexpected, and unapologetic review of her life. Well, I almost want to join and ask her if it's going to be truly unfiltered, unexpected, and unapologetic material from her life. Why have you never explained what the living bleep you were talking about on that airplane? It was an American Airlines flight 2 years ago. We've never gotten a real story on what were you on? What were you tripping, flipping? What the hell was going on with that? That is not real. If you want to stay on this flight and die,
Okay, I don't care about that anymore. It's been 2 years. I just want to see some pictures of her feet now. All right, so first of all, you read the story a little too fast. She's not opening an OnlyFans.
Yeah.
She's opening on a web page on a new platform called Passes.
All right.
Passes is like OnlyFans, where it has a subscription-based model, except everything is safe for work.
Okay.
Everything.
All right.
So it's not like you're gonna.
I'm sorry. So it's like it's like an OnlyFans, but it's called Passes.
I've never heard of this platform before.
Yeah.
All right. I was about to get to that.
Okay, you said she's opening an OnlyFans. That's not accurate.
All right. Well,
you want everybody else to be accurate. I want you to be sure we're doing the right thing.
Listen. There was a rumor that she had started an OnlyFans. So I don't know if that's been confirmed or denied, but also TMZ is reporting that she's now on Passes. So she might have an OnlyFans. This is not what I'm saying is not inaccurate. She might have an OnlyFans, but she's making noise or promoting the fact that she's going to be on something called Passes. But it's just like an OnlyFans, but apparently minus the adult content. Is that the description of Passes?
From what I gathered from the article, yes.
So unfiltered, unexpected, unapologetic material from her life. How about you start with telling us what the F you were on when you flipped out on that American Airlines flight in 2023?
Why is this even news? I mean, she's not going to, she's going to walk around and...
She's going to share behind-the-scenes looks at her chaotic career.
Who cares?
Her workouts, her pups, her dogs, sports, shoes, and fits. Again, how about you start with what were you talking about when you were melting down on American Airlines? I want you to start with that.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going to.
It's going to cost $9.99 a month for this passes.
That's the lowest level.
Right.
She also has a $20 a month package and a $69.99 a month, a $70 a month package.
Great. So, according to her bio on passes, and Fester brought it up, BTS.
What does that stand for?
Bits? I don't know. BTS of my chaos work, workouts, pop,
Julie,
sports.
what does that stand for?
That's behind the scenes.
Oh, thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Behind the scenes chaos. All right. Thanks for flying with me. Oh, I see what she did there. Yeah. Remember, she was on American Airlines flying from Dallas to Orlando back in 2023.
There's no magic that happens here. She's like, be sure to hit me in my DMs. That's where the magic happens. There's no magic.
Let me tell you what, I'm looking at pictures of her, and she's gotten even hotter since the meltdown where she was seeing like ghosts and apparitions in the back of that plane or whatever the hell was going on.
Sounds like you're a prime candidate for a passes membership.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going on her OnlyFans. I think the OnlyFans has been kind of quiet because she's been rumored to be on that, but she's making it. She must have some deal with passes. They might be paying her. If passes is relying on a lady having a meltdown on an airplane 2 years ago as their big launch push, they might be in trouble.
All right, guys, we got a big star for the kickoff. The lady that flipped out on a plane.
What were we going to say, Michelle?
No, it's just that they are doing a launch. They just got funded by another organized Wall Street Beats. They've decided to enter this partnership, and this is like the competitor to OnlyFans. And of course, they're starting out clean, so they're saying. But as Fester was saying, there's multi-levels of access. So the lowest level is she's working out with all her clothes on. The second level is she's got a cute little workout outfit, and that third level she's in the bikini working out.
Oh, but no nudity on passes.
Right, no nudity.
So this passes is like clean OnlyFans.
We'll see. We'll see how far that gets them.
I want to go to Pope Leo's passage.
But there's still rumors that she was or is on OnlyFans.
All right, fine. You're whipping that horse.
All right, 2 in 5 Americans are bad at mornings, according to a new survey.
We have our days.
I think overall I'm pretty good at mornings. I mean, it's really provided for a nice career, lifestyle. I've been able to provide for my family. Michelle is a wild consumer. So, I'm glad I have a gig that's paid fairly well over the years. No response, Michelle?
I'm not really a wild consumer.
I'm being facetious.
Okay.
I'm joking around. 2 in 5 Americans are bad at mornings. Yeah, survey of 2,000 general population Americans, talking about the Gen Pop, revealed 38% agreed with the sentiment. Yeah, respondents get out of bed later than planned on average 8 times a month. For 1 in 10 respondents, they get out of bed much later than they should, more than 20 times a month. When they're rushing through their morning routine after staying in bed longer than planned, respondents are most likely to skip eating breakfast, 41%. This is kind of nasty. When respondents stay way too long in bed and they're now rushing, personal hygiene becomes a problem. 16% skip a shower. 11% will go about their day without brushing their teeth.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Yeah.
Every morning has its assigned minutes. If you
Yes.
if you hit the snooze 3 other times, you've just eliminated your shower time.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
that's the point here.
Yeah.
The point is that out of the 2,000 people surveyed, 38% agree that they're bad with mornings, and one of the metrics here is getting out of bed a lot later than planned, and then what you have to curtail or nix 86 if you get out of bed late. And apparently there are people that don't shower, and then 11% will not brush their teeth, go to work with a big old overnight bacteria smelly mouth.
What generation did you say this was?
Oh, I didn't say generation.
Oh, I thought you did.
Gen Pop.
I said Gen Pop.
Gen Pop.
I said 2,000
Okay.
Americans, varying demographics.
God, no.
Yeah.
Thank you. Forget it.
Fester, when was the last time you were at the Cheesecake Factory?
You know, it's been a while.
Yeah, you know what? Michelle, when was the last time you were at the Cheesecake Factory?
Was I ever at the Cheesecake Factory?
Yeah. Is the last time that we were at the Cheesecake Factory, was that together?
It must have been because I have,
All right, if you remember.
I feel like I was in there because I remember seeing the case of all of the cheesecakes, and I was like, wow, that's a lot of different varieties of cheesecake.
Hence the name, the Cheesecake
Right.
Factory.
I might have only been to the Cheesecake Factory twice.
Yeah.
I was at the Cheesecake Factory with you, actually. We met my buddy Mark in Marina Del Rey years ago at the Cheesecake Factory. You remember that?
Nope.
That would have been like mid-90s. Yeah, we met Mark, my buddy Mark Shipper. We met him out in Marina Del Rey, and he had to go to the Cheesecake Factory.
Hey, let's go to the Cheesecake
Go.
Factory.
And then we were at the Cheesecake Factory at International here in Tampa. We were there. It has got to be 15 years ago.
Oh, more than that.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not mad at him. I mean, listen,
Yeah. I think it was when it first opened up or something we went. I mean, it used to have a tremendous wait. I don't know if it still does, but.
Well, for me, the problem is the menu takes you about 3 weeks to go through.
Okay, that's the issue. They have a
No,
lot of food.
No,
Yeah,
that's not why I'm bringing this up.
Okay.
That's superfluous. All right, so here's the deal.
That's just your issue.
Yeah.
Cheesecake Factory has been criticized. People are not happy with new portion sizes on a signature item.
Oh.
Yeah, so those that are into the Cheesecake Factory, apparently. So what do you think the signature item is at the Cheesecake Factory?
It can't be cheesecake. I mean,
Yes, it is. Of course it's cheesecake.
I was thinking like it was like the chicken Alfredo.
No,
or
it's
something.
it's the cheesecake.
So
do they make the little slices smaller now?
Oh, they're making the slices. Now the slices are noticeably smaller at the Cheesecake Factory.
Are they shrinking the size of the pies, or are they just trying to get more slices out of the same size pie?
I saw this. This was in the food and beverage section of the Post. This is apparently a big discussion on Reddit. The last couple of times I got a slice of cheesecake, it was about half the size of the usual slice. Wrote a Cheesecake Factory whistleblower on Reddit.
Don't you have to work there to be a whistleblower?
Emphasizing their outrage with a pic of a sad-to-go piece of what appears to be their Adams peanut butter cup fudge ripple cheesecake slice.
Boy, that's a lot of crap to put in a cheesecake.
What is more disturbing is that the calories per slice listed on their website have not changed.
Well, I was going to say that should be the tell, right? Because if the portion is smaller, the calorie count should
be half.
Right.
So, which would make one assume they should be getting the same size of slice. So they're claiming the menu still has the calorie amount from the larger slice, but they're claiming that now the Cheesecake Factory is reducing the size of the slice. Listen,
I don't know.
We've seen reductions everywhere. Portion sizes, restaurants have gone to smaller plates, so it's not obvious or as obvious when they reduce the portion size. Some places have gone to smaller to-go containers. Oh, this is a big one. Folks, red alert on this. Red alert. Pay attention, because to-go food orders, a lot of places have gone to smaller takeout containers, whether it's a paper container, a plastic container, a styrofoam container, and they've gone to smaller containers in order to, well, it's shrinkflation is what it is. So I'm sure there are people noticing that the containers are getting smaller because they're putting less food in because the cost of everything has gone up. And inflation really hit us hard over the last, a couple of years. And shrinkflation's a big deal. All right, so a huge discussion on Reddit about things shrinking.
I'm looking at the picture of the piece of cheesecake in question.
Yep.
And that is what I would expect from, I can't picture that piece being twice as big.
Yeah.
That's an enormous slice.
I remember them being enormous, and I was like, oh my gosh, that is an enormous slice.
No, Fester, then, the regular, that slice that the pictures on Reddit, that looks like a decent-sized slice, but next to what the slice used to be, that is a lot smaller, according to the Cheesecake Factory experts.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they make different size pies, as Fester was pointing out. I'm reading something about that as well. And so, that could be another way that they're reducing the portion that way.
But listen, as pointed out, it's not just restaurants. And in this case, they're busting on allegedly, the cheesecake slice is getting smaller at the Cheesecake Factory. But also, there are plenty of places, whether it's toilet paper, even packaged cookies at Costco. People have said that the amount of cookies that they were getting has shrunken. It's called shrinkflation. You've got a lot of companies. Arby's has been accused of...
we got less beef.
No, meats.
It's the same
thing.
Dude,
they don't say we got the beef. Arby's says we have the meats, dude.
But they have a beef sandwich.
Yeah, they're roast beef sandwich.
But the slogan is...
Arby's, we have the meats.
It doesn't say we have the beef.
We have less... I'm way off.
We have less meats. Arby's, we have less meats.
You have the meat in your head.
Let me grab line 5.
What's
Brianna's on the line. Hi, Brianna. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi, I was just going to call and chime in and say that maybe it's not entirely a bad thing that the portion sizes are going down, because as the country, we are kind of known for overeating and having huge portions for no reason.
Yeah, so what you're saying is Americans are pegged worldwide as big, fat, gluttonous slobs.
Brianna, are you a terrorist?
Yes, exactly.
Hold on, what
are you a terrorist? This is the
no, but
maybe it's
known
good. The portion sizes are going down because of all the fat people. Maybe it's good.
Let Brianna talk.
She just did talk, and she's like, "Oh, it's such a good thing." Fat people.
What are you?
All the fatty boombaladdis waddling into the store.
Are you slamming Brianna, our listener?
Brianna is wrong.
Fester,
maybe it's a good thing that the prices are going up and the portions are going down.
I'm trying to get more listeners, not run them off.
And I will be completely honest with every one of them. And Brianna is an awful person.
What are you saying? Brianna, you are not an awful person.
We don't need to be eating a full thing of cheesecake. It's smaller. Maybe you need it to be a little smaller. Oh my gosh.
Brianna, listen.
Maybe a little smaller.
I'm shutting your freaking microphone off. What crawled up your butt? Stop insulting our... Brianna, I apologize for Fester's behavior.
Yeah. MJ will patronize you.
All right. Brianna, you there?
Yes.
All right. Are you going to hold this against us, or are you okay?
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll still listen to you guys tomorrow. Or Monday.
Yeah, Monday.
Yeah,
all right, thank you.
With your small portion of...
All right, don't talk into Michelle's mic now. What, Michelle, why'd you move?
Hungry.
Why'd you move?
He's just hungry.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Brianna, thank you for calling in.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Professor, what the hell are you doing? Why are you insulting our listeners?
Why somebody says a kiss ass today?
All right.
Mike's back on now?
All right.
Listen, MJ, listen. She has a... Yeah, some people.
All right, I'm turning it. 7:21 at the MJ Morning Show. All right, I got to take it. Fester, I don't need you chasing. I don't need you chasing our listeners off. Just attacking our. All right, 7:21. We start over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ next. Hey, speaking of restaurants, what is that noise?
I don't know.
Who just made the crazy noise? All right, when we get back, everyone's mic is off except mine. There is a nutty story about a tip. This is insane. So a person meant to leave a $5 tip It turned into a $5,000 tip, and now they're being told nothing can be done to undo the $5,000. This is an insane story. Also, relationship-wise, do you know what, this is a new term, do you know what a submariner is? Or maybe some will call it a submariner. Do you know what that is? All right, that's on the way. Oh, and this woman flew into a violent rage after hearing this musical instrument in a local park. What could it be? Hang on. Next on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. If your roof needs to be repaired, or maybe you need a brand new roofus, what do? You call Westfall Roofing. Been around since 1989. Last I checked, like a 4.8 on Google reviews. A roofing company with a 4.8, that's some pretty strong review action right there. Because I've seen roofing companies with like 2.2s. All right, Westfall, again, since 89. You want your roof repaired right. You need a new roof. In Florida, the average roof lifespan is only 15 to 20 years, so you might be in that time frame where it's time for a new roof. Maybe you've got a leak. Rainy season's arrived. Maybe you've had some wet spots pop up. Maybe you need to get a roof check, a roof survey. Call Westfall. Any roofing issues, you want Westfall. They do the roofing work at my house. WestfallRoofing.com. That's westfallroofing.com, and tell them that MJ sent you. My friends at International Diamond Center have brought back one of their most popular offers ever, and that is 0% financing for 5 entire years. What does this mean? Make any purchase, anything. Engagement rings, wedding bands, eternity bands, earrings, pendants, largest selection of certified hand-picked diamonds ever, exclusive designer fashion jewelry. Whatever you want at IDC, International Diamond Center, they'll give you 0% financing for 5 years. That means just pay regular installments, no interest, until 2030. That $6,000 pair of diamond earrings, just $100 a month because there's no interest. 5 years, folks. Take advantage. Tampa, Clearwater, Lakeland, Sarasota, only during the month of June. Don't let this expire on you. IDC, International Diamond Center. Tell them that MJ sent you. 2 College Brothers Moving and Storage. This is your moving company, folks, that you can rely on. Don't get slammed by a crappy mover. Essentially, avoid crappy moving, will break your crap, overcharge you after lowballing you, .com movers. Yeah, don't use them. You want to use 2collegebrothers.com. The smartest move you'll ever make. Get a professional move, highly background-checked individuals. They're going to wrap all your furniture. They're not going to throw your boxes around like a bunch of, gorillas. All right, you want 2collegebrothers.com. Remember, you have the others, then you have 2 College Brothers. Remember specifically, if you're moving or if you know someone that's moving, 2collegebrothers.com. That's 2collegebrothers.com. It's going to be the smartest move you'll ever make. Mention me, MJ. They'll give you free moving boxes. 2collegebrothers.com. Traffic's on 725 MJ Morning Show, back in minutes.
There are no major incidents to report right now around Tampa Bay. Even some of the notifications from the FHP say no roadblock. So you should have a smooth ride into work. Even I-4 is behaving. Just a little slow westbound around Branch Forbes and on the approach to the 275 junction. So be safe and have a great day. Keeping you updated, I'm Shriner. Traffic brought to you by the aggressive attorneys, Winters and Yonker.
The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. You can save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle this summer. Go to markspain.com and start packing.
Download the app now. Get the Q105 app and listen to us anywhere. Powered by Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Here's an Integrity Home Solutions pop quiz. True or false? MacDill Air Force Base hosts one of the nation's largest air shows. True. MacDill hosts a free air show with military and civilian performances, thanking the Tampa Bay community for its support.
Integrity Home Solutions keeps your home's air clean and safe. AC repairs or replacements? We've got your back. Proudly supporting those who serve.
Integrity Home Solutions, where details matter.
Visit homeofintegrity.com.
The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. You can save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle this summer. Hey, it's Gino, and my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate can sell your home with the strongest all-cash offer in the industry and help you move on your timeline. With over 67,000 satisfied clients, you can trust the most experienced real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Go to markspain.com and get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Green flag of Michigan International Speedway.
It's madness in Motor City as NASCAR Prime heads to Michigan International Speedway. 200 miles per hour feels even faster than it sounds. These white-knuckle, three-wide thrills bring us one of the fastest tracks in the Cup Series. So strap in and stream Michigan Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Tight on cash? Say less. McDonald's under $4 McValue menu comes through. Indulging your sweet tooth or craving something savory? Tired of the same old, same old? Pick from your favorites like a creamy vanilla cone for $1.50 or a small frappe like rich caramel or chocolatey mocha for just $3.50. Quick snack breaks to late night cravings and everything in between. Mickey D's comes through. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
It doesn't matter where in the world you are, when you eat McDonald's fries, you're home. Day or night, rain, shine, good day or bad, there's something about golden, crispy, medium fries that feels like everything is going to be okay. And now I can get them for free when I spend $1 on any order in the McDonald's app. A deal so good, might as well pair with a classic Quarter Pounder with cheese or the iconic Big Mac. Get a little taste of home with Mickey D's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Offer valid through 7/31/25 at participating McDonald's. Valid once a week. Must opt into rewards. Excludes tax.
From the Kemp Law Group Studios, 104.7 WRBQ HD1 Tampa, a Beasley Media Group station. Can you handle 1 hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ? It starts right now on 104.7 FM, Q105.
This is insane. You make a mistake, somehow you're charged the wrong tip amount, and they say they can't correct it? Are you freaking kidding me? A woman, I don't know if this has ever happened to anyone listening. I'll ask you if it's happened, call in. I don't know how common this is, when you have a bunch of extra zeros that are added. But a woman in California, Linda Mathiasen, thought she was leaving a $5 tip, ended up with a $5,000 charge. And this woman apparently has some physical issues, so she's got some kind of shoulder problem.
That forced her to write down 3 extra zeros?
So she went to a store called Peninsula Vape Store in San Bruno, California, to buy CBD relief gel to ease her pain. So the total, apparently the amount of the CBD gel was $129.28.
Okay.
That sounds expensive, man. What do you mean,
I don't know.
I don't know much about CBD gel. I don't utilize, I don't consume any CBD products.
How can you say it sounds expensive if you don't know how much it costs?
I was saying that a gel to rub on your shoulder to alleviate some pain for $128 seems like a lot of freaking money. That's what I'm saying.
If it's like the 3-gallon size container, and it comes with a pump. That's going to last her for 6 years. It sounds like it could be a deal.
Dude, what is up with you today?
What's up with you?
Are
we not making jokes?
You both are having a bad morning. You're in the 2 of 5.
So, first of all, why would you have to leave a tip? Why are you prompted? You go to
she was just prompted, and so she did.
Hold on. You go to a vape store, you're buying vape crap?
Oh, yeah.
You want to buy a vape setup so it looks like car exhaust is coming out of your face?
Yep.
All right. Hold on. And they're expecting you to leave a tip at the Peninsula Vape Store? All right. We all agree that tipping culture in this country is getting out of control. We have had this discussion ad nauseum on this show. I think people know where I stand. For instance, when I go to Barrows Sandwich Shop. A couple of great indie sandwich shops that we like in South Tampa. You've got Mickey's Subs.
Yep.
You got Mickey Subs, which, remember, a couple of years ago, he won the best cheap eats in America.
Can't beat that.
Mickey Subs, which is down in the duckweed. You got to be careful when you say that.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the duckweed market down in the marina area, south of Gandy on West Shore. And then another great longtime sandwich shop is Barrows. And I had not been to, I passed it for years, but I hadn't been to Barrows. But we also will go to Barrows these days. And it's funny as hell. The owner of Barrows, right? When I go to pick up like a sandwich for Michelle or me, he'll hand me the bag, and then, it's time to put the credit card in the machine or swipe the terminal or tap the terminal, and he's just zipping past, and he'd go, just bypass the tip screen for you. I know you're not going to tip.
That's right.
I don't tip on takeout. I'm sorry.
I don't tip.
I do tip.
Takeout.
If I'm in a restaurant and I'm served and I get great service, yes, I will tip at least 20%. But if I'm picking up something, I'm not going to tip. For instance, we went to Cousin Vinny's, another great sandwich place.
Very, very good meatball sub.
Yeah, so, Cousin Vinny's on, what is that, Cypress? No, that's on, Cousin Vinny's is on Cass.
Okay.
So, right near the next to the Santoro's Pizza. So, Cousin Vinny's, a lot of buzz on this place, good sandwiches, hot sandwiches, cold sandwiches. I picked up 2 sandwiches yesterday. We picked up a sandwich or was it Wednesday? Was it yesterday? Or
Wednesday.
No, it was Wednesday.
Oh, not
so
yesterday.
I had to go pick up something nearby, and Michelle's like, "Oh, you're in that? Go pick me up a sandwich." So I picked up the the caprese, the tomato and mutz. I picked up that sandwich for Michelle, cold sandwich. Then Julian has not had their sandwich yet, and Julian got the vodka sauce with the meatball sub.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a tip screen. And listen, I'm sorry, I'm not leaving a tip. I'm handed a bag to walk out the door with. You're not getting tipped on that. I'm sorry. I apologize. All right, so I'm still perplexed that a vape store has a tip screen? What, the guy handed you some BlackBerry vape and he reached on the shelf behind him to get it? You should tip a guy for that at a vape store?
The screens are everywhere. I mean, it's free money for these folks. There's no harm in
Well,
asking.
because it's free money because you got a bunch of boneheads that are tipping when they shouldn't tip.
Like this lady.
Well, there's no way you should tip while picking up some CBD pain relief gel that's already $129.28. So she decided that she was going to leave a $5 tip.
Very nice of her.
Instead of leaving a $5 tip, she accidentally left $5,000. She says that the guy behind the counter says, enter a tip. Well, when I did, there was no decimal point. So I'm like, she claims she's on her tiptoes, and she pushes what she thought was only 2 zeros. It ended up being 3 zeros. I said, wait, I want to delete this. Then the guy says, I don't know how to do that. Instead of voiding the transaction, receipts show that the clerk at this store processed a tip for $5,000. So the woman, Mathiasen, Linda pleads with him to reverse it. And he says he couldn't, but told her that he never received the money. Well, that's not what the bank statements from Mathiasen says. She's been in a panic. She's a special education teacher living on a fixed income.
And she sounds like a very, very dumb person. Listen, okay, so she does this accidentally. She doesn't call her bank. Well, she can't walk into her bank and say, hey, I have to dispute this charge.
Well, she did. She claims she reached out to her bank, Wells Fargo.
And they're like, oh, no, we can't do anything about it.
22 times.
How'd that go?
And apparently every time, I guess she called up, it was about a 2-hour. What? She claims each time is about 2 hours. Mathiasen tried to dispute the transaction since the day that it happened, After a dozen attempts to reach Wells Fargo, she says the bank did nothing.
Yeah,
It wasn't until records show 8 months later Wells Fargo tried to close the case, saying too much time has passed. According to Wells Fargo, disputes are typically filed within 60 days. She said, I literally called them within 5 minutes of being in the store, and I guess she's claiming that her hold time was 2 hours. That go to a freaking branch, Wells Fargo's branch. Their branches are everywhere.
No, there are very few of them. If
Really?
she only went to a bank where they were everywhere.
Yeah.
If she only went to a bank that has probably 300 locations in the greater Los Angeles area.
Oh my God. But listen, it gets worse for her. So she claims she's a 30-year customer of Wells Fargo. First of all, I think you know where I stand on the big banks. I don't understand why people are customers of all the big banks. But this is almost a year later, and she's got paperwork piling up because she's facing interest payments now on top of this exorbitant tip. She says, I busted out in tears. I'm a single mom. I have 2 grown kids. I explained to them, I'm sorry, my son is graduating college. I can't even buy anything for him because I have a $5,000 outstanding debt, and now it's $5,500. So with interest, the $5,000 tip mistake has become $5,500.
Hold on. So she put it on a credit card?
Yeah.
That's like the best scenario.
Well, that's what she was trying to do was dispute it, and they wouldn't respond. She said it was like 2 hours and waiting, and they said no.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. She says she claims to have tried to call Wells Fargo like 22 times, and every time it was a 2-hour wait. How the hell could it be a 2-hour wait?
I don't
MJ,
know.
there's something fishy here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Estimated hold time is 2 hours.
Maybe she was high when she was, you know.
I've called places that have had ridiculous hold times.
Right.
And the message comes on and says, look, you got your place in line. We'll call you back. Don't waste half your day on hold, jackass.
You ever get the whole thing where it's like your estimated hold time is 12 minutes. And then when it comes back on, it gets longer. Your estimated hold time is 17 minutes.
I mean, it's only an estimate, and it could be fluid.
That happened to me recently where I'm calling and it's not going down. The whole time is going up. Your estimated hold time is 3 weeks.
That's what this lady got.
Apparently.
2 hours was easy compared to 3 weeks.
However, and there's a moral to the story here. So TV station KGO in California got involved, and now Wells Fargo is responding that they're going to refund the $5,000 tip amount. But going back to the store, what kind of BS?
I don't know.
The guy at the vape store? Well, I don't know how to avoid that. Well, then you ask for the ownership, the manager, whatever. I mean, come on.
Again, this woman does not sound really intelligent.
Well, she's a special ed teacher. Maybe, I don't know, maybe she's the one with the special ed needs. I don't know.
She finished valedictorian of the class. She's like, you know what, we're going to make you the teacher. And she's like, thank you.
Listen, bottom line is, why the hell are you leaving a freaking tip at a vape store anyway? Why? Tipping culture is out of hand. I'm not even tipping on takeout food, let alone I'm going to pick up an actual piece of merchandise. I'm not tipping. The hell? All right, Fester, did you bring it in today?
I advised you that there will be no procurement of this requested product at least until the weekend. I told you this. I was
It would have been nice to, you know what, you under promise and you over deliver.
No, I literally tell you the 100% truth and live up to it. That's what I want. I don't want anybody running a wambuki on me. Well, I under promised, but look what I brought. I lied to you. No, I'm telling you exactly
what
how
kind of wambuki? I'm not pulling a wambuki on you.
I under promise, but I over deliver. Here it is. I brought it the same day.
I'm just saying, it would have been nice if you would have surprised Michelle by bringing in the Sam's Club Members Mark milk chocolate covered raisins today.
I don't like surprises. And you know who else doesn't like surprises? Meech.
I don't like surprises.
Hey, I'm going to be at Costco tomorrow, and folks, if you don't know what's going on here, this all stems from the fact that 2 weekends ago, I make a Costco run because I don't do it very often. Usually it's once every couple of months. And Michelle's like, oh, get me those milk chocolate covered raisins. Turns out Costco discontinued them. The Costco Kirkland chocolate covered raisins in the plastic clear bucket with the big fat plastic lid. Boop! Canceled. Discontinued. No longer askew. But it turns out that Sam's Club, they have their Members Mark version, and Fester's a Sam's member, and I asked Fester to, pick some up for Michelle after listeners tipped me off. Hey, guess what? Sam's Club still has them. And then Fester can't seem to make a trip for Michelle.
I told you I will be making a trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if you have these on Monday morning.
You know what? With that pissy attitude.
You know what? Let's see if you have raisins on Monday morning.
Guess who won't have raisins on Monday morning? Her.
By the way.
Because of you.
By the way, Costco, I'm coming to see you tomorrow morning. Hey, Julian, you going to go with me?
Yeah, probably.
All right, because we got to drop off 32 fluorescent, mercury-filled, nasty, poisonous, toxic fluorescent light tubes because tomorrow is the first Saturday of the month. It's Hazardous Items Collection Day on Sheldon Road.
Oh, boy!
You know what you just did?
What?
You just bought yourself a long-ass line, buddy.
Why?
Because you're announcing it to everybody, so everybody's going to go home today. They're going to clean out the garage. They're going to get up first thing in the morning. And you know what? That place opens at what? They open at like 8 and they close at 2, and you hit it at the wrong time.
Well, hold on. I can't go too early because I need to time it because I got to go to Costco to bring back the horrifically bad plums that I bought 2 weeks ago that taste like, they don't even taste like ass. They taste like nothing.
I mean, MJ sampled all of it. I know what I'm talking about.
They taste like nothing. So I got to bring the plums back.
Also, if
I
you
want my
what, Julian?
If you want to do the station a favor, I saw down the hall between a filing cabinet and the wall, there's like another 20 tube lights. By the way.
Oh. You do the station a favor.
So we don't know.
Hold on, I can't bring Pinellas County waste into Hillsborough. That would be because we're in Pinellas County. That would be cheating. That would be terrible.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, these are Pinellas County mercury-filled toxic fluorescent light tubes.
Fester, he's such a rule follower.
I am not going to traffic those into Hillsborough County and try to dump them there.
So what you're saying is this radio station has like 20 bulbs just leaning against the filing cabinet?
Oh, yeah.
Are they old ones that have been taken out? Or
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, that's another thing. I remember that I used to work at a radio station. We had lightsaber wars with fluorescent tubes.
Yeah, right?
Oh, my gosh.
And we used to
hit each other with them.
Smash them up, bust them everywhere. And then suddenly, of course, mercury, oh my God, shut down we need to put police tape up and cordon off the entire office park. Well, mercury.
I remember we were just spending the weekend with with my grandparents, your parents, and you were talking about how you brought a certain jar to school.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so a story came up when we visited my parents last weekend. Well, 2 stories came up regarding show and tell.
Okay.
I think I've actually told both these stories on the air, maybe over the years. So show and tell for me was a very special time. It was the George W. Miller Elementary School, 50 Blauvelt Road, Nanuet, New York, 10954. So I grew up in Nanuet, in Rockland County, born in Queens. Then when I was 3, we moved to Rockland, and I went to this great elementary school. Show and tell, kindergarten, first grade, I think even up to second grade. You know what? I think it was because it was third grade, maybe even later. So 2 show and tell stories that, oh my God, this would have caused panic. Number 1, my grandfather was a photo engraver. He worked for companies that did the photo engraving plates for Time Life.
Okay.
Back when magazines were really, really big. So 1930s, 40s, 50s, my grandfather was a photo engraver. And he had all these cool tools. I remember he had a metal crucible, where you, like a handheld where you melt smelt the metals and everything. And that was a really cool item. But when he died, and then we cleaned out his stuff in his basement, you know what? Actually, it was before that. It was when they moved from Queens to Florida,
okay.
Right? We cleaned out the basement, or my parents did, and he had a jar. Imagine like a Skippy peanut butter jar filled with mercury. I brought the jar to school for show and tell.
Yeah.
We poured the mercury out on the desks. All the kids were playing with balls of mercury in their hands. We're poking it. Then we put it back in the jar. The teacher did nothing. The teacher's playing with it. We passed around balls of mercury. Can you imagine if that happened in this day and age?
They would have had they would close the school down.
The school would have been shut down for months. They would have had remediation. They would have had hazardous waste teams in there. Oh, my God. I brought a freaking jar full of mercury, and we're playing with it in show and tell. You're going to love this one. I think I told this story years ago. My dad, I think when I was about 8 or 9 years old, took me to a shooting range up in New York State. So I might have been like Nyack or something. And my dad taught me how to shoot a .22 caliber long rifle, right? Well, guess what?
Yeah.
I took a handful of bullets, put them in my pocket. I brought those in for show and tell.
Not anymore.
Could you imagine if you showed up with a handful of bullets to show and tell? I brought mercury and bullets, and it was business as usual to show and tell in the 1970s.
Nobody stopped.
Nobody gave a... Well, I'm passing the bullets around. We're sitting in the semicircle on the floor. We're all doing show and tell. And I'm passing bullets around. And the teacher passes it to the kids and all goes around the semicircle.
Oh, that's very
And by the
interesting.
way, that was also when we were all sitting Indian style.
No, crisscross applesauce.
Yeah, no, you can't say Indian style anymore. Mercury, bullets, and no more Indian style.
All out.
Now you got to do crisscross applesauce. Anyway, 7:48 at the MJ Morning Show. Listen to this. This is my teased item. A well-known company is telling employees to delete any selfies that they have on their social media or anywhere, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Facebook. A major company, it's an airline, a major airline is telling their employees, delete this information.
The selfies? I mean, I think everybody takes a selfie if you're trying to put something on your socials.
But what is in the selfie? That is the question. What is in the selfie? So the company, major airline, they fly into Tampa. It's an international airline, but they have a flight that I think runs daily.
Is it British Airways?
It is British Airways. Yes, it
Yes.
is. So it's British Airways. And they have told their flight attendants that you must delete any images of you in a hotel room, whether it's in the room, outside the room, whether it's in the lobby, anything to do with you at a hotel while you're on duty has to be deleted from your social media, even if it's a private account. So even if you have your account set to private and it's not public, you have to delete any images or else they're threatening to fire the flight attendants. British Airways, a bizarre new policy for flight attendants and pilots, prohibiting them from posting any photo or video taken at a layover hotel that applies to inside the hotel, outside the hotel, the parking lot. They're even told to comb through their existing social media feeds and delete any trace of past hotel content.
Huh. Well, why?
You got to do it even if your account is set to private or you risk being fired. Why? Security. They're worried that people can figure out where the crews are staying and that it might be a security risk to pilots and flight attendants.
Is it that big a secret what hotel the airlines use?
I mean, you see them getting on the shuttle bus or you see them at your hotel all the time, you know?
I mean, you could follow a couple of flight attendants literally to their room.
So no more getting ready with me in a TikTok video in front of the bathroom mirror in the hotel. Uniform shots in the corridor or lobby, no good. Poolside or beach selfies, nope. Those are out too. Group photos in the hotel bar, restaurant, or shuttle. Even quick room view snaps showing nothing but curtains and skyline is covered by the ban. Well, listen, you've heard the stories how like online sleuths, there'll be like some picture which seems to be totally innocuous and they're trying to like find something or someone, put together a mystery, and they find the most subtle, little bitty, teensy-weensy clue in a photo, and then they can figure out where it was. Then they find like the Google Street View and the address. And I mean, you've heard those stories.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay. This is a greater safety concern for pilots and flight attendants.
Seems a little bit of overkill, doesn't it?
A little bit.
It does. However, I don't know what they're concerned with. Like, somebody tracking down a pilot at a hotel, then like drugging him, bashing him over the head, putting on his uniform, getting his ID badge.
So, like you take a picture on your cell phone.
But all the crews typically know each other. Like if a dude shows up as the captain, the crews pretty much fly together when they're doing, layovers. So they know.
Strange new pilot shows up.
Yeah, where did this strange new pilot come from?
I'm Steve the Strangler. I like pilots.
You know what? I don't know if it's. I think it'd be more like Barry the box cutter. That's what they're concerned with.
It's at the airport.
Anything else?
No, but when you take a picture on your cell phone, there's like the little geo tracker. You can always.
Oh no. Unless if you have it on. So you
do you have yours on, Fester?
I didn't know I could shut it off.
No, I've got on all my photos. I have location off, so there's no embedded. Julian, you want to weigh in on this?
For what aspect? I mean, like when you post something on like Instagram, normally it's scrubbing the metadata from the picture. It's not like if somebody goes online and drags it to their desktop. There's no location attached.
I'm Android. You and Chloe are Apple. But on your photos, is there a setting that you can have like the geolocation attached?
That's within the metadata.
Right. All right. So is yours on or off?
Oh, it's on.
You have yours on?
For mine, yeah.
All right, I'm off.
Yeah, but I take a picture and they have like a little map. I can expand the map. I can see what pictures I've taken in Tampa. I can see what pictures I've taken in Tallahassee, Atlanta, South Carolina, Michigan, out in Colorado, California. I see where all my pictures are, and whenever I took them, I can touch them and get to that grouping. But when I post those pictures, does that data transfer to the social platform?
9 times out of 10, no.
But that one time.
It depends, like where you're sending that file to. Like if you're emailing the file, yes, that data is going to traveling with that picture to the recipient. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
But I think they're just they're just saying it's a safety issue.
Okay.
As far as like a security issue, that people can figure things out and maybe, I don't know, maybe kidnap a flight attendant and, replace her and.
They can use, one of the Mission Impossible masks.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
There you go.
Oh, do you hear that? Do you know what that sound means?
Who's in court? Oh, I know who's in court.
Ladies and gentlemen, this music must mean one thing.
I'm shocked at this information.
It is time for the P. Diddy federal trial update with my wife and lawyer, Michelle. All right, so yesterday, a couple of big things yesterday. A couple of really, really interesting items. We actually mentioned one to start the show today, and that was Diddy has been warned. Don't do it again. All right, so let's start with that.
I was very clear there should be no facial expressions to the jury.
Yep.
And I could not have been clearer. There was a line of questioning where your client was nodding vigorously and looking at the jury. There should be no effort to have any interactions with this jury. Apparently, he does a good stare down with them, maybe as they're like coming in and out of the courtroom. The judge has observed this and said, I will give an instruction to the jury, or it could result in the exclusion of your client from the courtroom. I mean, I think, it probably for the jury is like demonstrating he thinks he has control over a situation by just, expressing himself. And that's part of the prosecution's case, right? Like he may be just playing right into it. He's over there like, you see, you got me, right?
So
and they're like, oh my God.
During cross-examination, when Diddy's defense attorneys are trying to blow a witness out of the water that's there to help the prosecution, Diddy apparently is like, whooping it up and doing Arsenio whoops and, kind of like, agreeing.
I don't know if he's doing the
woo,
the wind up with the fist and the arm or whatever. But he's definitely.
He was doing enough that the judge had to say, knock it off. But to threaten Diddy with ejection from the courtroom, listen, you're on trial for your life. And if you don't stop with, like this signaling or whatever message you're trying to send, the judge says, I'll remove you from the courtroom.
Does he even need to be in the courtroom?
Well, he's helping his defense team. So when, there is information to exchange, or when
the whisper,
Was he giving like the right kind of baby oil to use in that instance?
Maybe.
All right, you're going to want to use Johnson & Johnson on that one.
Speaking of the baby oil.
Can't you just use a generic baby oil? Isn't it all the same? I mean, why did he have to have Johnson & Johnson? Is there something special about it?
Some people are like name brand bitches.
Walgreens brand, I think, works just fine, right?
Don't you bring that generic store stuff to my freak off, Michelle, okay?
A lot of times the generics are made by the actual big brand companies as well.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Should Hadley leave the room for this?
So, speaking of baby oil.
She knows more about this case.
Baby oil came up again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so hard to grasp the amount of baby freaking oil. All right, what's the latest on that?
So another witness, a female, testified. This is someone who was involved with him for the last couple of years, right up until I think he was arrested.
Right.
She's testifying under a pseudonym as well. So she demonstrated, I guess, the same thing as Cassie did. Like, he sort of groomed this one too, right? Brought her in after Cassie's departure, sort of presented the, let's have a hotel night with another guy as like a way, like, it's going to bring us closer. We're going to,
I'm shocked at this information.
Yeah. They're going to, it's going to help their relationship progress. But then, and so she referred to the freak-offs as hotel nights. So see, he sort of like moved it into a little more
a category,
a classier
title instead of a freak off. So let's have a hotel night. Let's go away from the home, get a hotel room, and get a freak on.
And
is what it was.
What happened to Fester?
Well, I turned his mic off because he was having a whole conversation with his daughter.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, we were talking about it the other day about how much baby oil they use and how they protect the rooms. And Fester and I were going back and forth about this. And she says they had to cover everything in the room with bed sheets, blankets, and towels for the excessive use of baby oil everywhere. The hotel nights, Fester, always involved baby oil, and they would go through 24 or more bottles of the lubricating product during a single session.
A single hotel night. 24 bottles of baby oil. Where is all this residual baby oil going? Well, apparently it's the walls.
Yeah.
It's because remember, we had already heard from, I guess, hotel people that when Diddy rented a hotel room, that after they were done, they had to take that room out of service to like redo the whole room. They had to clean the whole place up. But 24 bottles of baby oil?
She said. And
you know what we ought to do? We ought to go to Target or Walmart and pick up 24 bottles of Johnson's baby oil and just like what?
You know what would get your studio built more quickly?
If we covered this one in baby oil.
Let's get baby oil handprints all over the walls in here.
Let's have we're gonna call it a studio session. Yes. We're not gonna get naked or anything, but let's just bring in the baby oil and
Did you say naked?
Naked.
No, naked.
You said naked.
Naked.
Naked. You said naked.
Naked?
Doesn't matter.
Anyway,
like a redneck.
Fester, he said.
But he wanted everybody covered in baby. He wanted bodies
slathered.
Glistening was the term.
Oh, that's right. Glistening. But in order to glisten, you have to be slathered.
Right, yes.
Yeah. She says he really enjoyed watching me pour oil all over myself, all over the man.
Yeah.
Oh, the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the rented man gigolo.
Yep. And then she concluded with like basically 90% of her relationship with him was spent in freak-offs.
That's insanity.
Are you going to sneeze or do you have a thought over there?
What has he done that's illegal?
Oh, well, it's going to be the moving people around, the coercion that he then, drugging them or threatening them with, I'm going to, expose you by publishing the videos if you don't continue the freak off, right? So, like when he involved his.
That's where the racketeering comes in.
His employees.
It sounds like just like low-level threats of blackmail so far.
They're building the case now. I think there are more bombshells that are clearly coming. They're laying out the case to build toward the federal charges, including racketeering.
When are they going to say any other celebrity that was at a freak off?
I don't think so.
When will another name drop? Because remember, that was it. We were looking forward to this trial.
You're right.
Oh, all the people who've kind of stepped back and been quiet. Where's this person been for the last 18 months?
Right.
They're not saying anything. Their name's going to come out in the trial. They're not bringing up, where's that stuff?
Anything else?
I just think that, to Fester's point, there probably aren't any high-level people in Hollywood or the music industry, because when you think about it, he was able to take people from vulnerable positions and lower positions, and they felt elevated and in his world, and so he made them believe he was empowering them. Meanwhile, he was really just reeling them in for his own purposes, and you couldn't do that to somebody like Jay-Z or even if you look at his history with J-Lo. That's a big thing. Everybody thinks J-Lo has to have known, but she was already, I went back and looked at the timeline, she was already a bigger star than the other girls that he roped in when she got involved with him. So I don't think he could have done that with her.
Anything else? Is that it?
Nope.
All right, there we go. That's the P. Diddy pile. Now, on to a woman. What?
You just covered it in baby oil and slipped right out of it.
I slipped right out of it.
Come on.
I love that, Fester.
Slathered,
do that again.
Slathered and slipped right out. Very slippery. All right. If there is one instrument that is being played in a public park that causes you to freak out, melt down, just devolve into a wild rage, what instrument might it be?
Tell you what, man, I'll freak out.
If you guess it off the bat, I'm going to be amazed.
No, I mean, if I see you playing a rusty trombone, I am flipping out.
Nope, not. Michelle, do you have a guess? A lady flew into a rage because this instrument was being played at a local park. What instrument do you think it could be?
The piccolo.
I don't know. I hate a didgeridoo.
Yeah.
By the way, the piccolo was the instrument played by Willy Wonka to summon the Oompa Loompas.
That's the piccolo.
Remember that?
Yep.
Hey, Andrew, do me a favor, quickly. Find the Willy Wonka piccolo. See if you can find that. That's how Willy Wonka summoned the Oompa Loompas when he needed something done. He needed Oompa Loompa to drive and meet Willy Wonka's dealer to pick up another dime bag or something. Let me know when you have it. All right, Julian, do you have any idea? Julian, what instrument? Don't look.
Oh, I didn't look.
All right, what instrument could cause somebody to fly into a rage if it's being played in a public park?
An accordion?
Oh, that's a good guess. But no. In fact, I think Weird Al Yankovic was attacked numerous times. Oh, by the way, Andrew has the piccolo. All right, roll it. Here, listen. This is it. This is it.
Play it.
This is it.
Play it.
This is it.
Play it.
This is it.
Caravan man.
There it is. Hey, Andrew, why does it take you 9 years to play the audio bite in there? Oh, he brought up the wrong pot. Oh, well, there we go. All right, so can you play it one more time, or is that going to take till Tuesday? There we go. Okay, so that's a piccolo.
That's a little sharp on my ears.
Yeah, that is a little sharp. But that's how you summon an Oompa Loompa, by the way.
Watch out.
All right, Hadley.
Yes.
Hadley, grab Daddy's mic. Do you have any idea what instrument might throw people into a rage?
An automaton, because they're freaking annoying.
A what?
An automaton.
What is that?
They're like little trumpets, but they scream.
Okay, no, that is not correct.
Crazy answer.
All right, I'm going to...
Oh, my gosh. That looks crazy. Is that what it is? Oh.
All right, so Michelle, apparently, I have no idea what this thing is. Show me later.
Yeah.
All right, no one's guessed correctly. This is the instrument. In fact, I might have to go punch Fester in the face right now.
Yeah.
Do you find... I find bagpipes to be like a torture device.
No.
Yeah, unless I'm literally at a real Irishman's funeral.
Right.
I don't want to hear a bagpipe ever.
All right. By the way, Andrew apparently knows bagpipe facts. Andrew, our producer, is telling me that bagpipes were actually invented in the Middle East. So, early form of terrorism.
Sure. I completely. Aren't they like?
They were originally bomb pipes.
Weren't they like just like sticks jammed into like a lamb's stomach and then air blown into it?
Listen to this.
Oh, Fester.
Where do you think the bag came from in medieval times?
Yes, I'm sure you're right.
A Texas woman became enraged because a guy was playing bagpipes at a local park and then assaulted the musician and his wife, threatening to sick her judge husband on the couple. Eunice Isger, of course her name is Eunice, in Texas, and she's 76 years old. She became irate, violent, when she heard a guy by the name of Scott Gibb, who's actually a Scottish national or a native from Scotland originally, playing the bagpipes in Houston, Texas, in Terry Hershey Park. Confronted him aggressively with her cell phone. There's video of this as well. She said, I had no right to play here in the public park. She said, I'm going to call my husband. He's a federal judge. He's going to make you stop.
Oh, no. Don't do that.
God.
Never use the threat of another person in your family's position.
Oh, my God. Isger has the same last name as U.S. District Bankruptcy Judge Marvin Isger.
Yeah.
Oh, what a lovely couple. Marvin and Eunice.
Oh, Eunice. Oh, yeah, Eunice. Oh,
you know
Marvin. Oh.
I can't think of a woman's name that makes it shrivel faster.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Than Eunice. Am I wrong?
I mean, you're not wrong.
I
now have to think of other ugly women names.
Oh my God. And now it's time for another episode of Names of Women That Make It Shrivel.
There's two rooms, right? And one's the Eunice room and one's the Gertrude room.
Oh, that's another one.
Which one do you go in?
Dude, that is going inside your stomach.
Yeah.
What about Bertha?
Oh, that's another one.
Yeah, I'll take a Bertha.
Oh, Eunice, Gertrude, Bertha, those are wiener retractors.
Really?
Do we have any other names?
Myrtle.
Myrtle.
I'll take a Myrtle.
Should we go to phones on this?
Myrtle's here to party.
Winifred.
You know what? Let's go to phones on this, but let's open it. Let's be fair about it. Let's use guy names and girl names. So, all right, let me be a little cleaner with this. So instead of wiener retractors, total turnoffs. Listen, I never know what's going to pop up on this show. Get it? Pop.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I have no idea. So women and men, what name is a total turnoff? And I think we hit with some biggies there. Eunice, Gertrude, Bertha. I mean, are you really going to want to climb into bed with a Bertha? I mean,
I don't know. Are you?
All right,
you tell me.
All right, let's go to phones. 800-990-1047. So this is open to women and men. So, ladies, what guy names are total turnoffs? Guys, what women names are total turnoffs?
You're setting yourself up for a bunch of ladies to say Todd.
That's fine. That's fine. At least it didn't turn off the one that counts. And that's my lovely Michelle over here. All right. So also, listen, if you're a lady and you're into ladies, maybe you have a lady name or, same thing with a guy.
Let's see what we get on the phone.
By the way, all the lines are ringing. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. 800-990-1047. Again, this is one of these. I had no plans for this. It's just kind of, it just popped up out of nowhere. All right, let me grab Trey in South Tampa. Trey, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Good morning.
Trey, do you have a name that you think is a total turnoff?
Blanche. Oh, my God. I cannot stand that name.
Even if she's like the hottest chick in the world and she's like, hi, I'm Blanche.
No, my third grade school teacher at Gorey Elementary, her name was Blanche Barksdale. And she was old, like she was no turn on.
Well, I don't think you're supposed to be turned on in elementary school by the teacher.
Especially in third grade, Trey. I mean, you're an early starter.
Well,
Trey, thank you I think you've called before, Trey.
Yeah, I always call. I love y'all so much.
I love you, Trey. Thank you, buddy. Trey in South Tampa. All right, have a good one, Trey.
Take it easy.
That's a good. I'm keeping track of the names, by the way.
Blanche.
All right, let me grab Jordan in Newport Richie. Jordan, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi, I would go with Agnes.
Oh, that's another one. So
yeah, it just sounds too close to nag, and for some reason it seems like an instant shrivel. So
all right, thank you, appreciate it. All right, opens up a line 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Names, either male names or female names that are just a total turnoff, and it's kind of like a get it on repellent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Wendy is in Clearwater. Wendy, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hello.
Hello, Wendy.
So, hi. So the guy's name, I got two. Woody and Dick.
All right. Listen, Wendy.
I mean, can you imagine saying them in the middle of being intimate?
Oh,
Wendy.
Woody and Dick.
We had to start with the juvenile calls right out of the gate.
Well, hold on. The obvious question is, will you go to Woody's Car Wash, number one, and will you go to Dick's Sporting Goods?
No.
All
My
right.
husband says, because I asked him if he wants to go buy a fishing pole. He goes, I don't like dicks.
All right. Thank you, Wendy. Have a foulest calls from a female today. All right. Tony in Bradenton. Tony, you're on the MJ Morning Show. What name is a total turnoff?
Well, I'm not gay or anything like that, but I've heard a lot of people talk about a guy named Dominic.
Yeah.
Sounds like a big, fat guy just spewing pepperoni breath all day long. That's what I've heard. But I'm Tony from Brooklyn.
Hey, Tony, listen.
Hey, it's Tony from Brooklyn.
Believe everything you've heard, my friend.
Yeah.
And Harry Knuckles. That's the other one. Harry Knuckles.
And Harry Knuckles. And, of course, thank you, Tony. Good call. Tony's referring to Fester, whose real name is Dominic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Todd, for issuing our governments.
Christine in Clearwater. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi, Christine.
Floyd.
What is it, Floyd or Lloyd?
Floyd.
Hold on. Spell it.
Floyd.
Yeah, Floyd.
yeah. I don't like that one at all.
Floyd. All right, good. That's a good one, Chris. Have you ever been with you ever knew a Floyd?
No.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
So just in case.
That's her just in case name. She's like, if your name is Floyd, walk away.
Instant filter. Right
goodbye. She just hung up on me. That's it. All right, let's grab Mike in Tarpon Springs. All right, a few more of these and we're going to move on. Mike in Tarpon Springs, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, MJ, how you doing?
Doing well, Mike.
I got one that's so bad. This is so bad, I don't think it's been actually any kids named this in years, but I was thinking Hortense.
Oh, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I had a relative way down the line, like some second cousin, third. This is way back. This is like, they're probably dead for 50 years. And there was some Hortense way back in one of the sides of my family. Oh, I forgot about that. Dude, that is a great one.
I remember
Hortense.
Derived from the guy's name Horace.
Horace?
Right? I think it means like something like botanical or a garden, like
Hortense.
horticulture. Hortense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horticulture. Yeah,
but
you're right.
I got a real quick second one for you.
Yeah.
Karen. Because no matter how good I was, she'd still complain about it.
What is the name?
Karen.
Are you?
I'm not hearing
it's a big name. It's a big name. Everybody calls everybody a Karen, the woman that complains.
Karen.
You said Karen.
Karen. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Karen.
I didn't hear the K in Karen.
I thought I heard a Darren, and I'm like, what?
I thought I heard Saren, like Saren gas or something.
That's a terrible name.
Thank you, buddy. Pretty good call. The Hortense is perfect. Jim and this is it. Andrew, I'll take Jim, Tracy, Charles, and Josh, and then we're done. I got to move on. If you're just tuning in, we got into a story kind of sideways because it was about a Texas woman that flew into a violent rage. A dude was playing bagpipes at a park in Texas, and this woman, her name is Eunice, and Eunice got into this altercation with this guy in a public park in Texas about you can't play the bagpipes here. Flew into a rage, and then I said her name is Eunice, and I just said, you know what, that's like a repellent to me. That's an unattractive name, Eunice. And she's 76 years old, and that's why we got here. I'm like, what other names do you find very unattractive? All right, so Jim St. Pete, you're the next one. Hi, Jim. Go ahead.
Good morning, MJ. Good morning, crew. How's everybody doing today?
We're all well. Thank you for calling. What's the name?
Well, I grew up in the mountains of southeastern Kentucky.
Right.
And I went to school with a set of twins whose last name was Hogg, H-O-G-G-E.
Right.
Their mother and father named them Ima and Ura, respectively.
Are you kidding me? I'm a hog and you're a hog?
I kid you not.
Wow.
And you said you grew up in the holler?
I grew up so far back in the holler, they had to pump sunshine into us.
Oh, man. That's right.
Oh, man.
I am what you call 110% USDA grade A hill Billy.
I love it. All right. So are we talking like Justified, the TV show hollered like hillbilly?
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
You got it.
Thank you. Who's that guy? I love that guy. What's his name? Timothy Oliphant? Is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good call, man. We get some good calls on this. All right, 3 more. Tracy, Charles, Josh. I'll grab Tracy, Riverview. Tracy, what name turns you off?
Gortha.
One more time, please.
Gortha.
Gortha?
Gortha?
Yeah, Gortha.
I never heard of that. That sounds like a Japanese monster movie name. Gortha. Gortha.
And I got one
Gortha.
more for you. Peditra.
All right, you're really going off the board on these, Tracy.
Yeah.
I've never heard of either name.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Every other name I've at least heard of.
Names that you haven't heard of before, they're not really, I don't know if they're turn-offs. Anyway, Tracy, you tried, but I thank you.
Okay. All right.
Have a nice weekend. All right, 2 more. Charles in Riverview. Charles, MJ Morning Show. What name turns you off?
Beulah.
Oh, Beulah.
Yeah.
Well,
now we're talking
Charles,
Beulah.
You remember the Porky's movies. And
Absolutely.
the gym
In
teacher
fact,
was
I,
what?
I go so far back. I the 1970s. I grew up there.
All right, that's a good one. Beulah. All right. Last call. Josh in Zephyr Hills. Josh, what is it?
Esther.
Esther?
But isn't Esther sort of making a comeback? Some of the older biblical names are making a comeback. Is Esther one of them?
I don't know. I don't know anybody recently who's named their child Esther. I
Yeah.
know an Esther that's like our age. So,
Yeah.
I have like a 85-year-old Aunt Esther.
Yeah. So that was my reference point.
Yeah.
It was always the great aunts with horrific bad breath and phony teeth that were named Esther.
Yeah, I
And
haven't.
stained polyester clothes.
No, I didn't have any of those.
I have to get a good whiff of my aunt's breath, but I don't think
Yeah.
Aunt Esther is a.
What, you kissing on the mouth over there?
Thank you. Appreciate the call. All right, that's it. So,
Not you.
My Aunt Esther was a mouth kisser. She still is.
Oh, God. So what's the worst one? What name is, and mostly women, mostly female names. What was the worst name? Is it probably what?
I thought Hortense.
Hortense,
Yeah.
That might be the absolute winner. By the way, folks, expect traffic on Dale Mabry later today and then again on Sunday because Metallica. 2 shows.
So I've never heard of what they're doing. They're doing 2 shows because, and Michelle kind of said this morning, and I never heard it before. 2 completely different shows.
Yeah. So
Taylor Swift did the same exact show 3 nights in a row.
Well, she did the same exact show 65 day, concert dates in a row. But apparently, Metallica playing Raymond James Stadium tonight.
Yeah.
And then again on Sunday night, we'll have 2 completely different sets.
And 2 completely different 4 actually opening bands. They got Limp Bizkit tonight and Ice Nine Kills.
Yeah.
And then Sunday it's Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. This is not the song I know, by the way.
You don't know Enter Sandman?
Oh, I know this one. I know a second one. Sorry. I know a second one
What's
better.
the second Metallica song you know?
Master.
Oh, Master of Puppets.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's my preference.
Metallica, Raymond James Stadium. 2 shows tonight and Sunday.
So no one has commented on my haircut.
Oh, did you get a haircut?
Oh, come on, Michelle. You know I got a haircut.
Okay.
All right. If you're watching MJ TV, you might notice that my hair is. Let me take my headphones off.
Okay.
You can see my. I don't have like the bozo outgrowth going on here.
You've got it trimmed up. I just thought it was more matted down. Sorry.
No. I got a haircut, and I even said I was going to go get a haircut, and this is why advertising works. I just want to point something out. That advertising on this show works to the point that I heard a commercial on my very radio show, and I took advantage of the situation because we've been running a commercial all week long for Great Clips. And Great Clips is doing haircuts for a couple of days for $9.99.
I'm telling you, this week there's probably more haircuts because all the boys are getting their summer crew cuts.
Well, the deal is, they're probably doing it because with school out,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that maybe business drops off a little bit in June because school is out and probably there are not as many kids' haircuts. Anyway.
If you get a buzz cut now, you don't need a haircut again until school starts.
Yeah.
It's
So
2.5 months.
Great Clips. So it's got to be Great Clips, and that's where I actually go to get my hair cut. And people have heard me talk about Ha is the stylist at the Great Clips in South Tampa on West Shore and Kennedy Boulevard. In fact, I turned Julian on to Ha, and
honestly, I can't get a haircut at school in New York City anymore because it's overpriced and they do not know how to cut any of the hair.
So you're a Ha fan too.
And she will tell me the first time I went to her, she was like, "Who cut your hair?" And I was like, "I got it cut in New York City at college." She's like, "Don't get your hair cut there anymore." No. And I only get it done by her now.
All right, so the deal is, and this is not a paid commercial, I'm just pointing it out, that I heard the commercial run during our commercial breaks all week long, that it started on Wednesday, I think. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you have today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and at Great Clips, a haircut is $9.99. It's like half price. It's typically like $20. And it's $9.99 now through Sunday to get your haircut at Great Clips.
Hey man, I'll take a $20. I'll take a $20 haircut over any New York City priced haircut any day.
Oh, look, at $20. At $20, the haircut's a good price. Because how much is a haircut? Just a kid's haircut, a college kid's haircut. How much is it?
You're gonna be spending anywhere from like $50 to $80. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And then they're like cash tip, so it's like you're spending, if you're doing an $80 haircut, you're gonna give them like $100, and it's just like, it's pathetic.
That's insane.
And you still look terrible.
Exactly.
Yeah, look at you. I mean, you're not a very good looking kid.
No.
Hey Michelle, are we getting your passport photo done today?
We can.
Are you? Can we stop right after the show and get it done?
Later today. How about that?
All right, because
well, we got to go look at pool tiles. Then we got to go get some chlorine. We got a lot of stuff to do.
We have a lot of errands to do today.
We do.
So
Okay.
We got to go to Pinch a Penny.
we'll get it done somewhere along the way.
Yeah, some Pinch a Penny location. I'm coming to get some chlorine from you guys. All right, so I want to talk about the passport thing for a minute. So
why?
Well, you kind of yelled at me for not taking you to get your passport photo done on
Tuesday morning
because Tuesday afternoon you went for microneedling.
Right.
But your face was not. What's the one where you're all bloodied where it looks like you went through the windshield?
Profractional.
Oh, that's okay. That's the profractional laser.
Okay, we're not doing this again.
No, but you were angry because you got your face microneedled.
Yeah.
And then you said, "Oh, I can't go get my passport photo now," but it didn't look too bad to me.
Okay.
So what, do you have to wait a couple of days after microneedling to get your passport photo?
Well, that's where I'm getting at.
You don't want to look at the same photo of your chopped meat face for 10 years?
Yes,
as
exactly.
you're traveling around the world?
Thank you, Fester.
Well, someone's going to claim identity theft, if it doesn't look as...
When does your passport expire? Like
I have no idea because you
Yeah, Michelle's did it already?
MJ Diddy keeps everybody's passports. We're not allowed to hold on to them.
You know exactly where the passports are kept.
Knowing where they're kept and having access to like take it and run are two different things.
I do not have your passport hidden in a secret safe with a combo that only I know.
He keeps it right next to the baby oil. Michelle.
Right next to the Astroglide. Yeah. All right, so Michelle.
Yeah.
Her passport just expired, or it expires like in a week or so. It's
we
right.
We got to get it off.
And well, we just figured this out. And are we going on vacation, right, folks?
I don't know. Let's not talk about that.
Well, why not? We have no plans for vacation.
Okay, so we'll figure it out.
It is summer. Both kids are home. Chloe goes to law school in the fall. Julian goes back to school in early September. We have time, maybe in July or early.
We'll think about it.
But I told you pick vacation. But here's the deal. That we were talking about maybe an international trip, and then I looked at the passports and I saw that Michelle's passport's expired.
Ooh.
So she's got to do a quick what do they call that, expedited service?
Boy, talk about a terrible gatekeeper of the passport.
I know.
Where do you want to? Do you want to
twice?
Do you want to stay? Do you want to stay domestic, Michelle, or do you want to go international?
I haven't even thought about it yet. I've got so much on my plate right now. That's the last thing I'm thinking about, buddy.
Do you think we are going to go on a vacation this summer, or because we have nothing planned? This is kind of a rarity. We usually have a plan.
Right.
We've got nothing planned.
You know what? I'm just flying by the seat of my pants over here.
All right. Do you have a list of places that are in possible consideration, whether it's in the U.S. or out?
It's called, I use the Googles and the internet, and I figure out where the cheap fares are.
Right.
You know what? Here's a good one.
Yeah.
Up your butt.
Where are we going on vacation?
Up your butt.
Yeah, great.
This
is what I have to deal with.
Up there? I have a good idea.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, for going on vacation, just somewhere like.
All right, my kids are driving me nuts. So Chloe has the fart app on her phone, and she'll come up behind me. I'm sitting on the couch doing prep, and Chloe comes up behind me with the fart app and just plays like one of 13 farts.
So there are more fart apps out there, MJ, than you can imagine. It's incredible. I have Fart World.
Please. All right, guys, stop it. Stop. No, seriously, I got to move on. All right, so I mentioned...
Don't say move.
And Michelle is aiding and abetting. Chloe, because whenever Chloe won't stop the fart app, I mean, she's a 23-year-old going to law school in the fall, and she's playing a fart app nonstop, driving me nuts. And Michelle's cracking up. You're feeding her.
Fester, she does this whole montage as he's sitting on the couch, and she does it behind him. And you know what he does? He tries to grab the phone, and he's never quick enough.
All right, guys, stop. All right, I'm turning off your mics. Fester and Julian, stop. All right, by the way, this segment is dedicated to the... All right.
Hadley, that was the best one.
Hadley just did it on Michelle's mic. Stop it, guys. Everyone stop. By the way, this segment is dedicated to the late, great Ted Webb.
Yes.
All right.
I still have my fart bag.
All right. Do you know what a submariner is, or a submariner? However you want to pronounce it. When it comes to a date, a toxic relationship, what is a submariner?
So you said toxic relationship.
Yeah. What do you think this is?
It's in something negative?
Well, all of these, we've had a bunch of these. Can you remember some of the different, there's been a whole rash of these one-word descriptors for relationships, and when you gaslight, you ghost somebody. There's a whole, other than gaslighting and ghosting, there's a whole new slew of, and we've done every one of them. I just can't recall them instantly, but this is a new one. Do you know what a submariner or a submariner is when it comes to a relationship?
I mean,
any idea?
No.
Take a guess.
It's somebody that disappears and then pops up.
That is it. Bam.
Like a periscope.
Boom.
Your submarine goes underwater. You can't see him.
Stop guessing. You've got it.
And then the periscope comes up.
Yes, you got it.
And then Captain.
Hunt for Red October. We got it.
We must go down 20,000 leagues.
You got it. what it is you go out on a date. What are you doing? Sonar pings now?
Captain, we see a whale.
That's just Fester. That's just Fester swimming at Clearwater Beach. All right, stop. So you're right. A submariner, you go out on a date, and then they vanish. And then 3 months later, they pop back up. And they kind of get back into your DMs. Or they text you.
Okay.
That is a submariner.
That's a submariner. Yeah.
Here he comes. You can hear this coming. All right, stop.
Captain, Fester's at the beach again. I can hear him. Listen.
Yeah. All right. So the world of submarining is it's a toxic resurfacing trend. The ghoster then pops back up from your past, and then they act as if them going quiet. They act as if them going into seclusion and hearing nothing from them.
Mariana Trench?
I'm sorry, what?
They disappeared into the Mariana Trench?
Exactly. One of the deepest points on planet Earth.
I'm glad you said it was
28,700 feet deep.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know the exact.
Well, look it up. How deep is the Mariana Trench? I'm going with 28,700 feet. Is on the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean.
All right, take a guess. What is it?
I said 28,700 feet.
Way off.
Yeah, it's 36,000.
Oh, it's even deeper. Wow, that's deeper than Everest is tall.
Yeah. I got to say, I'm a little surprised submariner is a negative term because I thought it was going to be something positive. I go down, you don't see me for a while.
Yeah. Why don't you talk about Michael Douglas about that?
You don't see me for a
just stop.
Dude, there's a way to go. If there's a way to go, I'll take that one.
Just stop. Michelle's on the floor over here.
1,000 ways to die. 1,000 ways.
All right, whatever.
I'll take that one.
Go call up Michael Douglas.
Yeah, me and old Val Kilmer will compare notes.
I don't know why. Maybe Val Kilmer as well. All right, listen.
Where do you want to go? Uptown or downtown?
All right, Fest, we stop.
Submariner.
All around. All right, I'm turning your freaking microphone. Stop. All right, so they're looking for the person that wrote the bomb threat on the bathroom door at PIE. You know, this story, talk about a submarining story. This story came out, and then it disappeared. Now it's coming back. Why would it take so long for them to release the photo? And if you remember, my buddy Rich, my scuba buddy, Rich Howard, who I've gone on numerous, scuba expeditions with. Julian, you went with our group to the Maldives, right?
Beautiful, Rich. Thank you for putting that awesome trip together.
We did a little quiet private trip with just 5 of us. We went to the Philippines. So that's Rich. That's Scuba Rich. And Rich was at the airport back in, was it April? It was late April. Rich was at the airport, and that's when the whole damn airport shut down because of the threat. So the FBI field office here in Tampa, they yesterday put out a release that they're searching for the person who wrote the bomb threat on an Allegiant flight at the St. Pete Clearwater Airport. The threat was found on an Allegiant Airlines flight, number 2006, on the bathroom or lav door on April 25th. And the flight was departing from St. Pete Clearwater, headed to Cincinnati, Allegiant. And before takeoff, the flight crew discovered that somebody wrote a threatening message about a bomb on the airplane. The plane was taxiing. I mean, luckily they found the threat before the plane took off because that's just, more of a hassle to be flying around and then having to make an emergency landing. But on the bathroom door, now we knew there was a threat. We knew it was a bomb threat. We had heard this, but then the story just kind of went quiet. So now the FBI Tampa is back out with the story yesterday, and they have a photo. We've got one of the photos from, the evidence collected, and somebody wrote in big letters. I mean, big note. They scrawled with a marker on the inside of the lavatory door on this Allegiant. I think they fly 737s on Allegiant. And they wrote, bomb on flight, check cargo. All Allegiant flight. So they didn't do flights. They did all Allegiant flights. So clearly the bomb threader is illiterate as well.
Right.
I mean, they were probably writing it in a hurry because they wanted to get the hell out of there.
So written on the bathroom door, bomb on flight, check cargo, all Allegiant flight.
You know, the thing is you look at that door and it's bumpy. It seems to have some texture.
Yeah.
You have to have a special kind of pen that actually will write.
Well,
make complete lines, because otherwise, if you just have like a regular pen,
like a regular ballpoint,
that is not going to work.
No,
like it's a felt tip pen,
yeah, something like that,
like a Sharpie,
right?
So this appears to be some kind of a marker, or but it's not as thick and bold as like a black Sharpie,
right? But they make thin ones that will still write like that. Like your Papermate has like a felt tip kind of pen that, might work. So I would start with, anyone who was on that flight who might be a student who was having to go somewhere for something, or, I mean, honestly.
So who had a motive?
Right. Who had a motive
to try to cancel the flight and then use that as an excuse to not have to get somewhere.
Right. Arrived, that they were headed somewhere and they arrived too late for whatever it was they were supposed to do.
Right. Or we also have the dopes that they call in a bomb threat to delay the flight if they're running late.
Yeah. I mean,
and they always find those people.
This person was already there.
Yeah, but that's something, this is someone that wrote it on the flight, but that's also an issue. People that are late and they don't want to miss their flight, they've called it a bomb threat, and they always find them because it's always the person that was late for the flight or the last one to check in that called in the bomb threat. All right, so if you know who wrote the bomb threat on the Allegiant Airways door at PIE back in late April, call the FBI Tampa. 813-253-1000, or you can go to tips.fbi.gov. Who did it? Why? I mean, I'm curious on this kind of crap.
Yeah.
So yesterday we had a whole series of DoorDash stories. We had the DoorDash guy that got into an argument with a customer, thought he should get an extra tip for delivering his food in the rain.
And then we took calls from Dashers who've stolen food and done other things.
We had another story about a DoorDasher that says, if you don't think we're taking your fries, you're mistaken.
And then we had other DoorDashers call in, MJ, and I have to say I'm happy to hear this part about the pride they took in their jobs and how, they make sure that everything gets delivered safely and quickly.
All right, so I've got like a whole bunch of DoorDash. Speaking of airplanes and DoorDash, the video's been released. The story had already come out. Did you know that a DoorDash driver drove onto the runway and onto the field at Chicago's O'Hare International and pulled next to an airplane to apparently deliver food?
Was that where the delivery point was?
Listen to this from WGN TV Chicago. Newly obtained video shows a DoorDash driver's attempt to deliver food to a customer at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport last month not only breached perimeter security, but also failed to trigger an immediate response. The dude is parked right next to a United Airlines wide body, the luggage and baggage carts, the tug right there. The dude pulled onto the airfield.
Look at him. He's just pulling up like a red or a pink car.
Yeah.
Just pulls right up.
Yeah. All right, bring up the audio on this. Just go back and start this from the beginning.
I know how to do
and then, just refresh and then bring up the audio and unmute it, all right?
How do I unmute it?
I don't know. Unmute it somewhere. Yeah, it's up on top. I got it. Just leave it alone. I got it.
Hyundai Elantra pulls into view. The driver stops, apparently.
It's a Hyundai Elantra.
It's from WGN Chicago.
WGN. Let me start at the beginning. All right, here we go. And
up top.
All right, I got it.
Red Hyundai Elantra pulls into view. The driver stops, apparently realizing he's out of place. But 20 seconds later, he inches forward. United baggage loaders spot the unauthorized vehicle on the airfield and approach. Records obtained by WGN Investigates show the DoorDash driver told police no guard was clearly visible, and he proceeded through the gate, following instructions from his GPS coordinates in an aim to deliver the meal. The driver said he followed another vehicle as it entered that perimeter gate. WGN Investigates has learned he entered on the southeast side of the airfield and made it all the way to United's terminal without being pursued. The private security guard manning the perimeter gate told police the vehicle had indeed driven through her post, to which she regarded as strange and unfamiliar. She then closed the gate, but made no attempt to contact the airport operations center or notify her direct.
That's a good security guard right there.
They arrived. They searched the car and found nothing more sinister than a cold DoorDash order,
lunch
complete with receipt.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds innocent enough on the part of the DoorDash driver, the dasher.
Okay, but also, who's the person who ordered it?
Exactly.
Like, what are they expecting to happen now?
Was it supposed to be like at one of the main doors? You're supposed to meet an employee to drop off their lunch at like arrivals or departures? And did it erroneously take him? And he gets through the gate. He drives onto the ramp. Down a taxiway onto the ramp, and then he's pulling next to a United like 787.
So sometimes when you type a city or a location into a GPS, it takes you to the geographic center of that town.
You're right, because on like Google Maps, if you just type in Tampa, Florida, it drops the pin like right on like Tampa Street or Franklin in downtown Tampa.
Yeah, so it takes you to the geographic center. So I bet you the center of the airport is the runway.
Right.
And so and it just said deliver to O'Hare Airport.
Right.
Maybe he didn't see airside B or whatever, and that's how we got there.
And he said it used coordinates. It didn't even. So he probably didn't even put an airport. It just said coordinates. So once you do that, he doesn't even have an idea that he's going to an airport.
And from the delivery app, you just hit "Take me there," and it just puts it automatically in your maps. But at the end of the day, it was probably cheaper than the airport food.
Right.
Even with the fees and everything.
Yeah.
What's up with this security guard?
Well, guess what?
It was strange.
Guess who's no longer employed by that security company that provides security for the airport?
That lady.
She's been promoted?
Yeah.
She's been promoted.
I mean,
guess what? She's now working at Auntie Anne's Pretzels.
Honestly,
inside the airport.
The whole security contract is in jeopardy because of this one guard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks strange, but
what if it was a terrorist that like pulled next to a big wide body and blew up the car?
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane.
It looks strange. It's a little out of place, but meh.
All right, then listen to this. Armed DoorDash driver busted over tip demand. Angered that he did not receive a cash tip the night before on a $100 order, a DoorDash driver returned to a Washington State home with a loaded handgun on his hip to try to get the tip the day later.
Dude, here's the thing about the DoorDashers and the Uber drivers.
My God.
They know where you live.
Yeah.
It's one thing to piss off like a waiter at a restaurant and then you leave and you sift the waiter, you're never going to see him again.
They're not following you home.
It's schmucky, but they're not coming after you.
Yeah.
Investigators allege that Robert Delahant, 59, showed up last Thursday morning at a Vancouver, Washington residence of Kiana Korenkov, 19, to demand the tip. He was loud and mouthy. Korenkov, the 19-year-old woman, told the cops. After Korenkov's father told Delahant to leave, the man got into an altercation during which Delahant allegedly reached for a holstered Ruger firearm. Anthony Volino, 55, told cops he grabbed Delahant's gun and pushed the driver down the driveway. The father, Volino, stated that he smelled of liquor. Smelled liquor on Robert, the DoorDash driver's breath, and he thought anything could happen, according to the probable cause affidavit with the Vancouver Police Department in Washington.
That's all you need is an alcoholic DoorDash driver thinking about you the next day.
Did you see the video?
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's pretty violent.
Yeah, they have a home surveillance video.
Yeah.
So cops reported that he feared for his safety when Delahant reached for his gun after driving away from the residence in his Kia Soul with that big giant gerbil. Or were the guinea pig? What were those hamsters in the? Remember the commercial with the Kia Soul?
You might. Well, hold on. You might have
gerbils.
names that are turnoffs, but cars that are turnoffs. Number one is a Kia Soul.
Oh no.
Delahan called police dispatch and advised the house cheated him out of a tip, so he returned and was pushed. Smelled the booze, according to cops, admitted to drinking at home before returning to the client's residence. I shouldn't have come back, he finally told cops. He also claimed that he only lifted his shirt to show he was armed. That's called brandishing.
Yeah.
That's illegal in almost everywhere. Brandished. A home security camera recorded the man wrestling over the firearm. They're watching the footage right now. It's crazy footage. He's holding a gun. Then he's disarmed, shoved to the ground, charged with assault, harassment, driving under the influence.
He puts his little hat back on.
Yeah, his blood alcohol level was twice the legal limit, so he was over a 0.16.
Yeah, but just for fun, does it have to be driving? Can it just be delivering under the influence?
Yeah, really.
I don't know.
DUI.
Well, oh, by the way, DoorDash has confirmed that he's no longer a DoorDash delivery driver.
Everybody's losing their jobs today.
He's done.
Security guard at the airport out. This guy out.
I mean, just insane. What is it with all these DoorDash or Uber Eats stories these days? Just insanity. All right. This is just a weird-ass story with the Golden Diamond source.
Yeah.
Now, listen, full disclosure, I'm an endorser for their competitor, International Diamond Center, IDC. But listen, Golden Diamond, they've been a long-time advertiser on our station. Not currently. I don't think they advertise because, Roxanne, I think, endorsed them.
She endorsed them.
But listen, Golden Diamond Source, they advertise on other stations in our building.
Yeah. Steve and Julie,
they're well-known.
Well-known, do a lot of charitable work in the community.
I endorse IDC. So I wanted to just disclose that this is just a weird story that made the news yesterday. And apparently a former employee at Golden Diamond Source stole 36 watches worth $650,000 over years.
Wow.
And it was just figured out. Listen, if I were to offer up any suggestion, I would probably take a look at the inventory management.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. This is from Channel 8. A former Golden Diamond Source employee was arrested yesterday, Thursday, after Pinellas County deputies said that he stole dozens of watches worth $650,000 from the Clearwater store. Pinellas County Sheriff's Office said detectives began investigating on May 15th after receiving a report that an employee stole from the Golden Diamond Source on Ulmerton Road in Clearwater. Investigators said they later learned that the employee, 32-year-old Michael Kelly, stole several high-end watches from the jewelry store between October 31st, Halloween 2021, and May 3rd of this year. This is nearly a 4-year watch ripoff spree.
It's like one watch every month and a half.
How did they not figure this out? $650,000. That's not chump change.
I mean, if one watch is missing, I mean, maybe they're like, meh, that's the price of doing business. I don't know, but how many times?
I mean, isn't it in the case and then they all get accounted for, locked up at night?
Yeah, but he.
I have the details.
Yeah,
I'm about to get to how he did it, but still.
But did he keister?
I was gonna say he's probably
yeah, he's smuggled it up there. You know?
You mean did he put it up his butt?
Yeah, I mean he smuggled it out there. He's like, all right.
Hey, isn't that Rolex supposed to be gold?
Steve,
why
see you tomorrow.
Why is it brown?
Thanks, boss.
All right. So according to the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, he entered fake information into the point of sale, the POS system, making the business believe a watch sale occurred. He allegedly created false sales records indicating a customer traded in a watch and purchased another. However, deputies said that he would steal a watch from inventory and place it in his suit jacket. So to answer your question, it wasn't an up-the-butt keister job. All right, so the sheriff's office said Kelly was seen on surveillance video entering fake trade-in transactions with no customer present. Investigators said they've confirmed that Kelly stole 36 high-end watches from the business. I'm guessing mostly Rolex.
That's terrible.
By the way, IDC has an unbelievable. You know what? I was at IDC, a client of mine. So I endorse IDC, International Diamond Center. I was there recently at IDC, like just within the last month. They had their Rolex section. These are pre-owned Rolexes. It looks like they're a Rolex dealer. That's how many Rolexes they have in their used inventory, and they're all like new looking. They're like boxes, and you go to Rolex dealers these days, and it looks like they've just been robbed. They've got like no inventory. It's crazy.
This guy's probably looking for a job.
I was in International Plaza at the Rolex. I just walked into was it Mayor or whatever it is now, and they have like a Rolex boutique. There was one watch in the entire place. I thought literally they just got boosted. I thought maybe some
Sir, we were just robbed. I wish you were here 30 minutes ago.
Anyway, investigators have confirmed that he stole 36 high-end watches.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Gold and diamond source suffered a financial loss exceeding $650,000. Oh, by the way, they fired him on May 10th. That's good. But how did he get away with it? I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that meddling Emily.
He didn't take anything from the Emily collection,
Yeah, right?
Which is great because from what I hear, it's everyday affordable jewelry.
There you go.
All
right, but that's crazy. How do you admit that many watches?
I mean, they were being bamboozled.
But
I mean,
I
something was
realize
wrong,
that.
but they couldn't put it together.
But how do you not reconcile that $650,000 is missing? Or
how many employees do you have working the fancy watch case to not be able to narrow it down to one of three people?
Yeah.
Did everybody have a key to the nice watches?
Hey, speaking of fancy watches and like a movie tie-in, so a watch brand that I really, really like is IWC. And IWC, it stands for International Watch Company. It's a great Swiss manufacturer. IWC Schaffhausen. In fact, I'm wearing a ceramic IWC doppelchronograph right now, and it's very understated. People, it's a great watch. So I'm a big IWC fan.
Oh, Michael Kelly here wants to talk to you.
Well, so for the ex-employee but the point I'm trying to make is that speaking of nice watches, the F1 movie is getting unbelievable reviews. People are saying the movie is a blockbuster, like a typical amazing summer blockbuster. And the reason why I'm mentioning IWC, they have a boutique at International Plaza, and they're tied into the movie because IWC is one of the sponsors featured prominently on like all the helmets, all of the suits, the race, the F1 race suits. So you see
it's plastered all over the car.
Yes, you see IWC's. What are the other sponsors?
I mean, there's like Bell, obviously.
Yeah, well, that's the helmet manufacturer.
What about Sunoco?
I don't think Sunoco's.
What about like Goodyear tires?
Probably like Goodyear, stuff like that.
But IWC is one of the sponsors for the F1 movie, and I'm bringing this up because Variety magazine, F1 movie reactions, first reactions, Brad Pitt's epic racing movie is freaking good. That's Variety.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then, speaking of watches, there's, big tie-in with IWC. And if you're looking for a nice watch, folks, I'm an IWC fan, and they got a great boutique at International.
Oh, my God. Look at how prominently featured IWC is.
Brad Pitt, it's right over it, right over his left breast on his outfit. It says IWC.
It's more like right at his nipple.
And I'm guessing that they're keeping a better inventory at IWC at the mall, is what I'm guessing.
Oh, absolutely.
All right,
look a little lower. It says ICUP.
All right, I gotta take a break. All right,
wait,
8:55. I gotta take a break. 8:55 at the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. This brings to a close over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. When we get back, the 9 o'clock hour is next. Oh, do you hate the sound of people chewing like my wife Michelle? There's a story. Yes, there is. Oh, and Stranger Things 5. Oh, get out of here. All right. We got a lot of stuff next. Don't move. We're back in minutes here on the MJ Morning Show. How would you like 10% off from Banco? Let me tell you about Banco overhead doors. You can bank on Banco. Bank on the best. That's Banco. For any garage door service call, Your spring breaks. That is number one. That is most common, that your spring has sprung. And if that's happened, you call Banco, get a fair price, get a great service response time. Banco does the garage door work at my house. Listen, I bank on Banco. You should bank on Banco. Their teams of installers and service techs are different. They carry the parts that are needed on their van. They can fix any make, any model of garage door opener. They don't use subcontractors. They're all employees, all background checked, and get 10% off. When you mention me, MJ, get 10% off. They'll give you the details. For any garage door issue, you want a new garage door, you want a new opener, you need a service call, bank on Banco, BancoDoors.com. That's Banco, B-A-N-K-O, BancoDoors.com. Tell them MJ sent you. Traffic's on 857. Shriner's got the latest. Back in a minute.
We have an accident on 275 south across the Howard Franklin.
MJ Morning Show, the 9 o'clock hours arrived. If you do not like the sound of people chewing, you're going to want to hear what's going to happen in minutes. And I'm going to tell you right now that Michelle's going to chime in about listening to me chew. I'm sure Michelle's going to be very vocal about this in just a matter of moments. Oh, speaking of food, though, Julian, when can we tell our listeners that the new Cooking with MJ video will be ready to be posted on my Instagram? Can we set a time so people can check back either later today or tomorrow?
Probably later tonight or tomorrow midday.
Okay, thanks for the 18-hour span.
If we stop at Dairy Joy before we hit the house, then I could probably get it to you this afternoon.
So if I take you by Dairy Joy on Manhattan, you'll get the video done quicker?
Oh, you said it, not me.
All right, fine. I'll take you to Dairy Joy. All right, so I shot a video yesterday. Should I say what it is, or should I let it be a surprise?
Just surprise.
All right. This is a pretty involved recipe. I made this yesterday, and man, it is delish. In fact, I made a humongous pot of it, and I froze 4 quarts, and I have over a quart in the fridge, so I'm going to have that for lunch later today. So what did I make? Cooking with MJ. Make sure you check back later today, probably early evening or later tonight, for the video of Cooking with MJ. It'll be on my Instagram later today, Certified MJ Radio. Make sure you give me a follow, Certified MJ Radio. All right, chewing in just a second. First, though, we've got a news update. It's kind of mixed. It's kind of a mixed bag. It's not really the happy ending that I really wanted. That's coming later tonight. All right, anyway, here's what I was wanting to have the instruments returned, but so far no dice. Do you know what I'm talking about, Michelle?
Yes.
Michelle, what is it that I am talking about?
The heart instruments.
Yep. I'm not hearing a mandolin in the beginning of Barracuda. Yeah, this is awful. If you were listening to the show yesterday, we did the item about the band Heart.
Yeah.
Had set up to play at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City up in New Jersey. And their gear was set up, and some cretin stole a guitar and a mandolin.
What, do you think somebody's just going to put it back? It's stolen. It's gone.
Remember we asked about, hey, it's a freaking casino. They've got cameras everywhere. They got 5 cameras up your butt when you walk into a hotel or a casino.
You think the Hard Rock really doesn't know who's done this?
Well, there's been an arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So there's like partial good news here, but it's not all good news. Atlantic City Police, this is after we did our program yesterday. So Atlantic City Police up in New Jersey, they said that they made an arrest in the theft of these 2 musical instruments from the band Heart. This came down yesterday afternoon. Garfield Bennett, 57, of Pleasantville, New Jersey, charged with burglary and theft, according to the Atlantic City Police Department. Officers responded to the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City last Saturday for a theft of a guitar and mandolin from inside the venue.
So it was stolen on a Saturday?
Yeah, the instruments belonged to band members from Heart who were playing a concert at the arena.
That makes sense.
It happened just as the band prepared to launch a nationwide tour. The band was set to kick off an evening with Heart at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino last Saturday, and the gear had been set up the day prior to the show. Among the items stolen, a custom-built purple sparkle baritone Telecaster guitar with a hand-painted headstock made for band member Nancy Wilson, and a vintage 1966 Gibson EM50 mandolin that band member Paul Moak has played for over 25 years.
I tell you, you probably want to look at somebody named Odie.
Odie? Yeah, what's the joke?
Who was arrested?
I already told you.
What was their name?
Garfield Bennett.
I'm eyeballing Odie.
I'm sorry. I was never into Garfield. In fact, I hate Garfield.
What?
Oh.
That's why I asked what day of the week it happened.
I can't stand Garfield.
Because I tell you, Garfield hates Mondays.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't he like spaghetti or something?
No, lasagna.
Whatever.
Lasagna.
Whatever.
Yeah, man. Dude, how could you...
Julian, how do you know that?
I just know lasagna is like the big thing.
With
That's
a
it.
straight face, how could you say a man's name Garfield?
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell names their kid Garfield?
So AC police, they say surveillance video.
Have you ever met a Garfield in your whole life? You've met thousands of people. Has anybody said, "Hey, MG, I'm Garfield"?
No.
Add that to the turn-off list.
Seriously. I'm
Yeah.
actually kind of turned on by it. And I don't even like cats.
Garfield. You call him Garf?
Yeah, right?
Garf.
I mean, we had, a President Garfield, but that was
So the
a billion
cops
years ago.
Cops up in Atlantic City said that surveillance video, because that's what we said, they got to be cameras everywhere.
Everywhere.
So surveillance video led them to their suspect, identified as Garfield.
You see some clumsy orange cat just waddling in there, knocking everything over.
Garfield Bennett. Officials said Bennett was seen on video walking through various parts of Atlantic City, allegedly attempting to sell the instruments. He was charged, taken into custody. Detectives learned that Bennett sold one of the instruments. They've not been able to locate the other. These instruments are more than just tools of our trade. They're extensions of our musical souls, Nancy Wilson said in a statement. Their value to us is immeasurable. That's why Hart put out a reward. It was like, no questions asked. What was the, do you remember, what was the reward amount? I don't know if did they set an amount or was it just reward, no questions asked?
The reward was one makeout session with either sister. And I'll tell you right now, I'd take the big one.
Never. Woo. Yes.
I'll take the big one.
Yeah.
Or the blonde one?
Nah, blonde one she can watch.
So it doesn't say they've come up with any of the instruments. So
he sold one.
Yeah,
so I guess they're going to be able to locate it, but
yeah, so one's been sold, but they don't know where the other one is. Well,
how have they not retrieved it? One's been sold. Do they have a receipt? How do they know who bought it?
Where was it sold? Police said anyone in possession. Well, here's what kind of threw me off is so one was sold and one has not been able to be located.
Yeah.
But it says police said anyone in possession of these stolen items, plural, is urged to contact the Atlantic City Police Department and voluntarily surrender them over. Otherwise, face being criminally charged themselves.
Well, because he probably sold them saying these are Hart's instruments, and they should be well aware that they're stolen.
Yeah, by now, if you have them, you didn't just buy some, mandolin off a guy on the street.
Right.
What about love? All the heart tunes here. Oh, these dreams. And crazy on you. Yeah. Oh, and we can slow it down with a little heart. Yeah, just a hair.
Yeah, well, they'll talk to you about it at your air check meeting.
Okay.
Well, MJ, you kind of walk the heart song.
Yeah, haven't had one of those in about 3 decades.
Just try to make it fit.
Yeah. All right, chewing. Michelle, what is your deal with me and chewing and eating?
You are the loudest chewer I have ever had the experience of being around.
Really?
Were you about to say pleasure?
I was, but it's really not a pleasure, so I can't say that.
I guess I don't eat enough meals with the guy. I haven't noticed MJ to be a grotesquely loud chewer.
Michelle, that is ridiculous. I do not make that kind of slapping and smacking noise.
That's like mouth plopping.
No, I don't.
Oh, it's terrible.
No, I don't.
Look, the kids even know it.
Oh, wow.
You know how Cookie Monster eats cookie? nom. Like just
C is for cookie. It's good enough for MJ.
When I eat, Julian makes this noise.
nom. Where's my food?
Where's my food?
It's not true.
Oh, cookie? Oh.
Yeah, you do.
If the sound of chewing, crunching, slurping, yawning, even pen clicking Like, I don't even think I have one of the old-timey click pens here.
They're
I would
around.
never let you have one of those because I know what you would do.
I don't have a click pen.
You'd be click, 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 click all day.
Click pens were like the original adult fidget spinners.
Yes, you're right, Fester.
Yeah. But if you don't like any of those noises, whether it's chewing, whether it's water dripping, sniffling, whistling, breathing, if any of those sounds like grate on you or make you angry, you have misophonia.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, misophonia. But here's the new addition to the story that if you have misophonia, there's a greater chance that you're going to be afflicted with depression.
Oh, that's depressing.
So you clearly have misophonia on my lunch eating.
But it's just you. Like, you're the kids don't eat like that. Your father eats like that. That's the whole thing, is that you eat exactly like your father.
I remember we were at, it was either Wolfgang's or Keen's Steakhouse.
We were at Wolfgang's on Park Avenue and 33rd.
And we're nearing the end of our meal. I think we got a big porterhouse.
We got a porterhouse for 3.
And at the end of the meal, your dad picked up the bone and just started gnawing off of it at the table.
You let him get every penny's worth.
You know, I have read that even in a fancy schmancy restaurant, it is acceptable to pick up like the lamb chop with your fingers.
Where have you read this?
All right,
Miss Manners?
No, you know what? Miss Manners actually, I think, covered this.
Is that a live recording from inside the house?
Yeah. Hadley quickly pulled up
that's enough.
the sound effect of Cookie Monster. Thank you, Hadley.
All right, Fester.
Yes.
Go to Google's.
Go
to the Googles and type in,
what?
Is it acceptable?
Is it acceptable
to pick up a bone?
Pick up a bone.
And eat off it at a restaurant.
Eat off it
at a restaurant. All right, now hit enter. And let's see what it says.
Oh, AI says something.
According to standard Western dining etiquette, it is generally not considered acceptable to pick up the bone and gnaw on it at a restaurant. I'm telling you, I once read, and I think it was like Miss Manners, that you can, like lamb chops with like the mint crap on the side, that mint jelly, that you can pick up a lamb chop. But my dad picked up this giant porterhouse bone. By the way, you know, the porterhouse is like 2 steaks in one.
It really is.
You have the New York strip on one side, and then you have the filet mignon on the other side. I do like a porterhouse, but my go-to number one is a good 1.5 to 2 inch thick USDA prime, perfectly marbled ribeye, medium rare. Num 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 num.
Give me steak.
My dad picked up this bone,
Good for him.
horrifying my entire family. Dude. They're like sinking back. They're like, whoop, you know, in their seats.
Check, please. Let's go. We're going.
Let me ask you one question. Who paid for the meal?
I think I did.
You did.
I did.
That's even more reason.
My dad didn't even make an attempt to reach for his wallet. He was all Wally gated up good that night.
He's like, I'm the master of this. You're going to pick up the tab.
Anyway, so Michelle, are you depressed at all? Because if you're sensitive to my chewing, you are at a greater risk of depression, according to new research.
Do I sound depressed?
I mean, when you talk about him eating, you do.
Well, there you go.
I mean, you don't not sound depressed talking about many of his characteristics.
I'm not depressed at this moment.
But he's not eating either.
Exactly.
You could put a couple of Pop-Tarts in front of him and suddenly it's suicide watch.
Here's another episode of Do We Really, Really Need This?
Yes.
Really, Julian?
What is this?
Come on.
What is it?
This show jumped the shark definitely with the second season. The first season was fresh. The first season was... What was the one where they're all stuck and wandering through like the cave with all the egg drop soup all over the place or whatever the hell that was? Was that season 2? And I'm talking about Stranger Things. And as far as I'm concerned, I tried to watch season 2 and I might have gotten through 2. As far as I'm concerned, Stranger Things was interesting and new in season 1. And after season 1 of Stranger Things, man, it was just downhill, and I just have no interest. So I might have seen, Michelle, did we watch all of season 2?
We are on season 5.
Not me.
Yes, we have watched seasons 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Not me.
Yes, you did.
No, absolutely not.
You absolutely did.
Absolutely not.
So
you've got a tumor.
At what point,
not a tumor.
At what point do you become kind of resigned to the fact that you're not the Stranger Things audience?
I'm not the target demographic.
I have no desire to see this show, and to the creators of the show, it's like, fine, dude, we don't want your boomer ass there anyway.
Stranger, I'm not a boomer.
Listen,
I'm a Generation X, just like you.
Listen, anybody under the age of 20 thinks we're boomers. I got news for you.
All right, Stranger Things 5. I guess they made an announcement. It was originally supposed to come out on May 31st.
When
When
is it coming out?
Now it's going to be...
It's a 2-part release.
Yeah, they're going to drop the first 4 episodes on November 26th.
What?
So that's right around Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And then the next 3 will drop December 25th. And then the final episode will be December 31st. All right, so there are 3 parts to this deal. Man, they're really dragging this sucker out.
Well, it's a holiday time. It's a good time for the family to be together. I think this started out more than 5 years ago. This is season 5. I'm telling you, you watched season 4 with me. That's what you hated was season 4.
Meanwhile, the kids are like, hey, there's something strange here. I mean, the kids are like, they're not kids anymore.
They're not kids anymore.
They're like...
Yeah, it's okay. People grow up.
They're adults. I mean, they don't... Is it the same crew? This has got to be it.
It's roughly the same crew, but it's like it takes place over that amount of time.
Is Millie Bobby Brown in the final season?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, all right.
She was like the main, of course.
Also, your old go-to girl is in there.
Oh, Winona Ryder.
Oh, you loved Winona Ryder. Until she got caught shoplifting, and then he was like, oh, wait a minute.
She's
maybe
a
not
shoplifter.
Yeah. Then my fantasies just completely, totally dissipated.
Unless you wanted to take your pants off.
So shoplift my pants?
Throw them over your shoulder.
Stranger
Winona.
Things 5 later this year, and apparently it's generated a whole lot of interest that the new announcement for the release date has generated 250 million impressions across all the Netflix channels in just 4 days.
What does that say about you?
You're boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
They don't care about you on this one, MJ.
Yeah.
All right, 9:19 at the MJ Morning Show. Hey, anyone listening? Wait in line at Best Buy or Target yesterday? So there was a report that I saw that there were like 300 people lined up at Best Buy in Brandon. I don't know about Best Buy up at 275 in Dale Mabry.
The one in Clearwater on US 19.
You got that one?
Tyrone.
Yeah, you've got the Citrus Park Best Buy right across from the mall.
So are they sold out now?
Well, that's a good question. Can anyone fill us in here? Can anyone fill us in? I'm going to go a little late in this segment. Can someone call us right now? If you were at Best Buy, did you wait in line yesterday? How far back were you? Did you get a Nintendo Switch 2? Did you get one? Did you wait in line? Did you get one? Were you unsuccessful? Were they sold out?
Did you get one at GameStop, and did they ruin your device already?
Why would they ruin your device?
Well, apparently, people who pre-ordered it, and when they went to the store to receive it and pick it up, employees took the receipt and hard stapled it to the box.
What?
And so the staple made punctures on the screen.
Are you? Oh my God! Where do you see that?
I saw it on Instagram, but there's a few articles out about it.
Oh my God! All right. Anybody listening, 800-990-1047.
Who staples into the box?
That is ridiculous. Did anyone get a Nintendo Switch 2 yesterday? Did you wait in line? Any report for us? 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Do you know someone that got a Nintendo Switch? What if you go to Best Buy right now and they sold out? If you go to Target, when they open up, or are they sold out? I guess you can get some stapled screens at GameStop. Anyone? Did anyone get a Nintendo Switch 2 Did you wait in line? How long? And they're like $500. They're like $499. But if you get the Mario Kart bundle,
That's what I'm looking at.
that's like another.
No, I'm looking at Nintendo Switch 2 plus Mario Kart World Bundle.
That's $500.
Yes.
All right. So what is the regular one is like $449, and if you get the bundle, it's like $499. Is that what it is?
The Switch 2, which is $449,
right?
And then the bundle is the $500.
It's $500.
Okay,
so you're looking at somewhere in the mid-4s to $500.
Any people listening that saw lines at Target and Best Buy, were you in the line? Did you get one? Any aspect of this, or if you had your screen stapled at GameStop. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. But this was a big deal yesterday. Let me grab line 4. I'll talk to Carrie in St. Pete. Carrie, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi.
Carrie, did you get a Nintendo Switch 2 yesterday?
I did.
Where?
GameStop in Pinellas Park?
Oh, was your screen okay? Did they staple the receipts through your screen?
No, they did not.
Did you hear about that? Did you know about that? The hell?
They cut her phone line, those bastards.
What the hell did I say? What did I do?
All right, so she got it at the GameStop.
Carrie, call us back. All right, it's running late anyway. 9:23 at the MJ Morning Show. If anyone else has any good stories about getting the Nintendo Switch 2, well, maybe we should just call Target and see if they have, because Target's open now, right? Doesn't Target open at
Target's
like
open.
8?
Yeah.
Hold on, she's back. All right, are you okay? I thought you were murdered.
No, the call just dropped.
Okay. All right, Carrie, how old are you?
Me? I'm in my 50s.
Was this for you?
I bought it for my kids.
Oh, you bought it
No.
for how old are your
kids.
How old are your kids?
I have one that's 19 and one that's 22.
All right. Well, they got to fight over it?
No, they wanted to share.
All right. So did you pre-order at GameStop or did you just walk in?
I just walked in.
Wow. Was it a line?
Yeah, I got there. I called because my daughter called from work and said that she heard they were going to take pre-orders at 3 o'clock. Could I go over there? I got there at 1:30. There were probably about, I don't know, maybe 40 people in front of me.
Yep.
And then the line started moving at 3 o'clock.
So they had at least 40 units. They had at least 40 to sell because you got one.
They did. I heard that they had 69 bundles you could buy. So I got the bundle.
All right, so you got the one with the Mario Kart, so you paid the $4.99 plus tax.
Correct.
Is your kid like going to reimburse you, or is this a gift? Okay.
Yes. No, they're splitting it.
All right. Well, they're going to like trade off. One gets it one weekend, the other one gets it the next weekend. What are they going to like shared custody?
Yeah, they play together and then they take turns. Yeah, my kids get along great.
All right, fantastic. I mean, it's not like they're 10 and 12. I mean, they're
20,
they're
not little kids. No.
What do you say, 22 and 27?
No, 19 and 22.
All right, whatever. All right, thank you for calling, and I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Oh, hold on, before you go. So you're saying which GameStop? Oh, now she's going again.
She said it was in St. Pete or Pinellas Park.
So she said they had 69 of the bundles to sell.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they only had bundles or if they had the non-bundled as well. That's a good number of units for like one GameStop store to have at least 69 bundled units.
Yeah, it's not like they had like 10.
I wonder if you can get them. If I wanted to get one today, could I find one in the Tampa Bay area and walk in and walk out with it? Or you think they're all sold out now locally?
Probably. You could probably pick one up, but I don't even think it's worth it. The game cartridge situation, which is a whole nother topic that's crazy right now.
I want to get the Nintendo bitch too.
Yeah. I have a friend who married one of those.
All right. Back in a minute, folks. The final chunk of the MJ Morning Show is next. Oh, I got some Aldi news for you, Fester.
I love Aldi.
I got some Trader Joe's news, too. The two brothers, two different stories. Oh, Mary Lou Retton update. Yeah, Mary Lou Retton drunk driving update. The sheriff in Osceola, what a crazy freaking story. I got a lot of stuff. Hollywood Dirt, we got a lot of stuff. Final segment, MJ Morning Show on a Friday next here on Q105, 104.7 FM. Hey, this weekend will be a great weekend to go get a brand new Veterans Ford car, truck, SUV at Ford employee pricing. So When does it end? Well, Ford employee pricing was supposed to end on June 2nd, so like 4 days ago. Ford extended it, very patriotic, through the 4th of July. So, Julian, through your birthday, they've extended Ford pricing. So, what was that?
Car? Are you surprising me with a car?
Yeah, on your birthday, the last day, we'll go to Veterans Ford and get you how about a Bronco Raptor? That'll do it. All right. So why Veterans Ford? This weekend, hurry up and get your Ford employee pricing before it does expire, because you're going to pay what a Ford employee pays. I mean, not just like a dealer employee. We're talking about the people that work for Ford in the factories. You pay what they pay. So pick out your Ford and go to Veterans Ford. They're going to treat you remarkably well. Their service department's incredible. Tell them MJ sent you. Whenever you go to Veterans Ford, please just give a mention. Hey, I heard about you guys on the MJ Morning Show. It's just a great operation. It's like a family-run feel there. They're going to treat you right. You're not going to get the normal, like, car dealer rigmarole and run around. Veterans Ford, why don't you visit this weekend and get a great deal on a Ford with employee pricing. Veterans Ford, Line Bar, and the Veterans Expressway, and tell them that MJ sent you. Air conditioning is essential. We're getting into these hot and humid days. And at some point, your air conditioning is going to fail. When you hit that thermostat, it's like hot and humid in your house, and you turn that thing down to 73, 74 to get a nice little jump start, and it doesn't come on, or it's blowing warm or hot air, who do you call? Plan B Air Conditioning. Whenever you need air conditioning help, call Plan B Air Conditioning. If you need service, it's Plan B. If you need a new system, it's Plan B. Has another company told you you need to spend $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 on a whole new system because yours is crap beyond repair? Call Plan B, and they'll tell you the truth. They've fixed units for hundreds when other dealers were telling customers that it would take thousands to put in a new one. If you need a new one, they're honest about that, and you'll save at least $500 on a new system from Plan B Air Conditioning. PlanBAirConditioning.com or 813-PLAN-BAC. Mention me, MJ. Get 10% off at PlanBAirConditioning.com. Final check on traffic, 9:29. Here's Shriner, back in a minute.
Yeah.
6:33, the final chunk. MJ Morning Show Friday, the weekend, at least for Michelle and me, is within sight. Not much planned. I'm taking back fluorescent used bulbs to the hazardous waste collection site tomorrow morning. That's the only thing I have planned for this weekend. Oh, and taking back my bad plums to Costco tomorrow morning as well, because it's right near where the hazardous waste collection is for Hillsborough County the first Saturday of every month.
So convenient.
Fester, what are you doing this weekend? You and Allison having a little nice little dinner tomorrow night, the two of you?
We're probably making quesadillas with the kids.
Ooh,
we'll
that sounds like fun.
We'll come up with something fun. I think after the sloth came in
Yeah.
on like Tuesday,
Yeah.
we're going to the aquarium
Well,
today.
did you get passes?
Yeah.
Because they gave us a whole bunch of free passes to go to the aquarium because we have the sloth in.
I made a call because I know a guy, but
awesome.
They
I didn't get any.
they sent out an email that the aquarium was offering us complimentary passes since we had the aquarium staff and the sloth in on the By the way, folks, if you have not seen the sloth,
so cool.
I shot a video. The video is up on my Instagram. If you have missed the sloth, go to my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio, and see the actual two-toed sloth that we had in the studio. What, Tuesday?
It was Tuesday.
It was a Tuesday this week?
Mm-hmm.
So on the video you shot, and it was very impromptu when you did shoot it.
Right.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, can you get back to the studio?
We're kind of on the
Yeah,
air
I'm coming.
here.
All right, hurry up. I'm calling Julian because I got to talk about something with Julian.
How many people have viewed this video?
It's almost 10,000 now.
Okay, so
I'll tell you right now. So I'm like at the precipice of 10,000.
What a beautiful animal.
I like to hit 10,000 on my videos. That's what I shoot for.
And you know what was interesting about him, Fester, is that there was a lot of commotion, a lot of people. MJ's over there kind of jumping around, wanting to feed it and touch it. And the sloth just remained so calm with his handler, just hanging on like it was like nothing was happening around
I was waiting for it to take those two claws and gouge my eyeball out.
Yeah.
Easily
It
could.
was going to be your eyeballs, not ours.
If it had the motivation, it could have done it. But in the background of the video you shot, MJ, is my son Hudson. You could see him he's bouncing around, and he's watched it probably 100 of those 10,000 times.
All right, so give you a little rundown here. Michelle doing the zombie face has 16,700 views. Me returning the crap to Costco, talking about the bad plums.
The spitting plum.
Me spitting chunks of plum at Julian.
And flum.
13,300 views. The hit and run that happened last weekend at my parents' house where some maniac drove through a speed limit sign, knocked over a tree, crushed their shrubs. That has 14,900 views. The sloth is sitting at 9,638. Up 9,640. Two more.
There we go.
So
Perfect.
it's almost at 10,000 views. And then the poop bags, the poop perp, that has already 12,300 views. So if you want to see the sloth or any other videos on my Instagram, go to Certified MJ Radio right now. If you don't follow me for crap like this. Certified MJ Radio. So, this is Julian. I got 75 keys in my pocket going jingle-ling-a-ling. All right.
So did they sell that as a set, Julian, of just rando equipment keys?
This is crazy. So this morning, if you were listening to the whole show and you heard us first thing this morning, I was speaking about how I came into the building using my key card this morning, but Michelle and Julian were loitering in the parking lot. And Julian said, yep, you don't have to wait for me. Why? Because Julian cloned our key card with his flipper. He's got that little flipper device. How do you describe it? It's a digital cloner? How do you describe
digital?
It just copies cards.
Yeah, copies cards. I can do
Like
garage gates, all sorts of stuff that's on like sub-gigahertz frequencies.
So Julian has this device called the flipper, And this has caused quite a stir. And, is it a security threat? Well, I'll tell you what, it is a security threat here at Beasley because Julian cloned my key card to come in here anytime he wants.
But like if you were in New York City and somebody had like a building key pass.
Oh, yeah.
Or an apartment complex key pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to physically get the pass to copy
But if a buddy lets you see his, you can copy it and you can just enter and
He just took my key card pass for the building, for the studios, put it onto his flipper, and now all he needs is that. He can come here anytime without my card key to get into the building. So on top of that, and that's how he and Michelle got in because they didn't need me and my card. But Julian also has this, and I'm holding this up to MJTV.
It's very impressive.
This is a crazy collection of keys. Julian bought this online. Julian, how much? This is like on sale, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the original price was like $59.99.
You got it for what?
Probably like $35.
Is this the company Equip Key Co?
Yeah.
Julian bought a whole collection. These are all the keys that start bulldozers and forklifts and other heavy equipment.
Cherry pickers. I mean, anything John Deere. Like it's got
excavators,
lifts,
excavators,
lulls,
cats. I mean, everything.
Oh my!
I could start my riding mower with one of those keys.
Are there any folks in construction? Are there any folks working for like United Rental or what are the other big companies out there?
I'm sure. There's a big equipment. Yeah,
what is it? Herc, right? Sunbelt. Sunbelt.
But these, a lot of these devices or machines just
they use the same key.
The slug keys. Golf carts are like that.
Julian bought the heavy equipment key set. He bought the deluxe version where there's like 60-something keys on here. And apparently, but what a pain in the ass. How do you know? Are they color? Do you have to go through every key to start like a D9 Caterpillar bulldozer?
Well, no, each key does something. So you have to go. It's your responsibility to learn what each key opens. Like this key here, MJ, will do the Bobcat, and they'll do a Caterpillar and a JCB and a Terex. But this one over here is a multiple equipment under the John Deere umbrella with this key here with the red handle.
Oh, I see that. Hang on, let me see if I can find that one. Oh, I think that's this one right here.
I mean, do you see this?
I've got that one right here. This is like a John Deere multi-equipment key.
If you have one with a green head, it'll operate any piece of equipment by Volvo. And Volvo makes a lot of heavy equipment.
Look, Komatsu, Mitsubishi, Terex, JCB. They do
there's
like
30 keys on
Kubota.
there.
Look at Kubota key.
No, there's more than that. How many are on here?
I think there's 30. This is the kit. This is the kit that I have right here that you're looking at.
Hold that up. It looks like there's more than 30.
There's more than 30 keys on here. Are you kidding me?
Maybe not. Maybe 30's right.
All right. Anyway,
but what I need to do is I need to go on my label maker and start labeling them.
What? You're going to go to construction sites and start drive off with?
You tell me. I'm in New York City. I want a crane. I want to just get up in a crane and start swinging the loads around. You know
what? They won't do anything to you in the city. They'll let you go that day.
Yeah. Exactly. Why do you be careful though? All right. Just out of curiosity, is there anyone listening that knows about these master key sets for all of the heavy equipment that you can buy online?
Oh, look at the Komatsu key.
And is this will these work? All right. If anyone knows, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. That's crazy.
Or is willing to let us come out and try.
Yeah, it looks pretty legit.
Well, you just go to a construction site.
Yeah.
We got heavy equipment sitting in our neighborhood.
Hey, let's give it a try.
We got a couple of places being built right now. You got all kinds of crap right in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Let's do that later.
That sounds like you want a Instagram video that'll take off. Have Julian operate some rando stump grinder.
You know what? Hey, Julian has his devious set of master keys for heavy equipment. We're at this bulldozer right now. Let's try and find the key and start it, and let's watch Julian drive it down the street.
I'm just gonna try and embrace my inner Marvin Heemeyer.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the guy that
the killdozer?
Oh, man, is that still on Netflix?
Oh, 100%.
Oh my God, that was the craziest. If you
never heard anybody?
If you never, was it called Killdozer?
Yeah, the Killdozer.
Yeah, I typed in Kildover and Marvin Heemeyer showed up immediately.
God. If you haven't seen the Marvin Heemeyer Killdozer documentary, it is on Netflix, I believe. You've got to watch this documentary. This guy built like a killdozer assault vehicle to then destroy his town because he was pissed off at city council or something like that. It was crazy. Who am I grabbing on one? Who am I grabbing? Mike's on one. Hi, Mike. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, good morning, Jack.
Mike, do you
I've
have...
got that same set of keys. I love them. They work great.
Wow. Mike, are you just starting up random construction equipment, or are you in the business?
No, I drive a dump truck, so a lot of times we have to load ourselves. So I'm good when I get there early. I load myself and go.
All right, so you have this exact set of keys, and it works.
Yeah, but Mike has a very practical reason for having it.
Oh, yeah, he's not like a heavy equipment thief.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hey, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Have a good one.
All right. Look, the phones are all ringing here. Hi, MJ Morning Show. Who's this? Line 2. What's your name?
Justin.
Hey, Justin. Do you have these keys as well?
I don't have them. I'm familiar with them. They work on older equipment, but newer equipment, you need a key code as well.
Oh, really? Oh, Julian, you've just been thwarted.
Well,
you've been foiled.
I'll go out and find those now, but maybe with the key code, I can use the flipper for that. I don't know.
Thanks, buddy. One more call. Hi, it's MJ and the crew. Good morning. Who's this?
Hey, good morning. This is Mike.
Oh, Mike. Andrew tells me you work for Kubota. So tell me about this. Tell me about this set of keys that Julian has.
Yeah, they will definitely work. Unless you got a bad key or two, they'll work 100%. I will say that the newer machineries, the keys are the same, but they come with a PIN code.
Yeah,
so you have to type in the PIN.
Yep.
But an older machine, yeah, they'll work 100%.
Yeah, that's what the previous caller just said. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for calling in.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Yep, see ya.
Have a nice one. Hey, Fester.
Yo, baby.
You're an Aldi fan.
I am.
Aldi? How do you say it?
I say Aldi.
Aldi? Yeah, I guess I do say Aldi. So why did I say Aldi? All right, so Aldi, big announcement. Aldi is slashing prices for the summer because of high prices.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, if you're not shopping at Aldi, I'm glad you have money to burn because that's what you're doing.
Red grapes are now $1.29 a pound, down from $1.99 a pound.
What?
Blueberries $1.89 a pint, down from $2.99 a pint. That's $1.10 off.
Well, tomorrow we'll be right there, right?
Yeah, that's right. Because we're going to the hazardous waste drop off and Costco, and then Aldi is right near Sheldon and Lineball.
They're
Yeah,
all over the place.
Yeah.
But yeah, but listen, MJ, they have.
Oh, we have an Aldi in Kennedy and Dale Mabry now. Did you know that?
Right.
The old
There's a
Barnes
brand
and
new one.
Noble,
Yeah.
old Barnes and Noble.
Yeah. Cantaloupe is $1.99, down from $2.19.
I will say, and this is.
Oh my God! Wait a sec. Simply Nature tortilla chips are now $1.69, down from $1.85.
It's cool. We love tortilla chips.
Yep, you could put 4 drops of gas in your car with the savings on that one. $1.85 down to $1.69.
Hey, savings are savings.
Here's the crazy thing:
Yeah.
you go to a regular grocery store,
Mhm.
right? A non-Aldi grocery store, and you buy a bag of tortilla chips. They're $5.
They are. Yeah.
So you're making jokes. Oh, it's 15 cents less, but it's $4 more at other places.
Yeah.
Well, the tortilla chips that I like, the best ones out there are the Xochitls.
Great.
Is that how you say it? Xochitl?
It starts with an X, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Xochitl, I think it's how you put it. That's the best one out there. And I think it's worth the price. All right, so heads up. So that's Aldi. Then the Aldi brother is Trader Joe.
Yeah.
So they had a falling out. That's why they split. There used to be 2 brothers at Trader Joe's, and then they split. And then the disgruntled brother, he poured sugar in Joe's gas tank and then opened up Aldi.
It was really a mean ending.
They had a disagreement. But
Yeah.
the Trader Joe's story, Valerie Bertinelli is addicted to a Trader Joe's item. Do you know? First of all, do you know who Valerie Bertinelli is? Name 2 things that are Valerie Bertinelli's claims to fame. Fester,
I know.
go.
I know who she is, though. She married the Eddie Van Halen.
Yes.
and she was
May he rest in peace.
She was the sister on that show with Good Times.
No, it wasn't. She was not on Good Times. No, she was on One Day at a Time.
That's it.
Yeah, Good Times is they're moving on up.
This is it. Right? Isn't that the right one?
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Moving on up was Jefferson's.
Yeah.
Moving up with
No,
Jefferson's.
this is it. This is it.
That's one day at a time.
Yeah, that's the show we're talking about, is it not?
Yeah, but I think Good Times has the best theme song of all of them.
Yes, they do.
Good times, temporary layoff.
Good times.
All right, listen. But
Easy, something to rip off.
Good
listen,
times.
okay, I'm not trying to culturally appropriate any part of the show.
Nope.
A bunch of honkies doesn't need to be singing the theme to Good Times.
But I do every time it comes on.
Right.
I love it.
Listen, I sing Drake when it comes on too. However, I don't need to sing it out in front of public.
All right, so Valerie Bertinelli of One Day at a Time fame.
And that's it. She's done nothing else.
Her sister on the show was like the drugged out
Mackenzie Phillips.
Yeah, Mackenzie Phillips. Did she die of like a drug overdose or something?
She died because her eyes bugged out of her head. She had the buggiest eyes. I was like, is she? I remember being of that age.
That's from season 2, episode 5 right there. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That's when they came right out.
I remember being of that age of noticing girls. I'm like, is she hot or not? And then boing, boing. I'm like, those eyes.
All right, so who was the guy with the tool belt?
Schneider.
The guy with the tool belt was Schneider.
Now, he was kind of a hot plumber dude, right? He was supposed to be kind of like,
like
hot for the mom kind of thing. They had like a thing going.
He was like a creepy stalker.
What?
I think he had to turn his porch lights off at Halloween time.
No.
No, he was kind of smooth.
Yeah.
He was
maybe I misremember Schneider.
I think you are.
He was fixing the old lady. He was fixing Bonnie's pipes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what was it? Bonnie Franklin.
Bonnie Franklin was the mom.
Yeah, she's gone too.
Oh wow.
I think Valerie Bertinelli is Schneider alive?
Schneider died in 16.
Oh, so Valerie Bertinelli is the only. Oh, wait a minute. Mackenzie Phillips is alive. I thought she OD'd.
She just looks dead.
Oh my God! I apologize to Mackenzie Phillips. She's not dead.
Yeah.
Oh, Mackenzie Phillips and Valerie Bertinelli are the same age.
Yeah.
They're both 65.
Anyway, so Valerie Bertinelli from the TV show also was married to Eddie Van Halen, one of the greatest guitar players of all time. Valerie Bertinelli loves a particular snack from Trader Joe's. In fact, I wasn't aware of this. I'm going to have to go try it. She's addicted to Trader Joe's trio of soft licorice twists. Julian, you're pretty well versed with Trader Joe's board affair. Are you familiar with the Trader Joe's trio of soft licorice twists?
I'm not. Every time I walk into that store, I find a new item.
I know.
So.
I mean, I only have like 6 or 10 things that I get at Trader Joe's. I am unaware of 99.8% of the inventory there.
Look around a little bit.
I know.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I think I do.
I think I just found the bag of the soft strawberry licorice twists. I mean, it looks, it's just a bag. I don't know what it tastes like.
All right, Mary Lou Retton. We have an update on her.
Boy, this is like all of the small hot girls of the 80s segment. Because isn't Valerie Bertinelli like another smaller person?
I don't think she's like terribly petite.
I remember being like 5 feet tall.
Now it's time for a Mary Lou Retton Olympic drunk driving update. Son of a... Why was she driving drunk with a bottle of liquor opened up on her passenger seat? The pictures of her have her walking around with an oxygen tube up her nose.
Yeah.
Why? So wait a minute. Is she driving with an oxygen tube up her nose and swinging on a bottle of wine or liquor?
She's got something going on. Her husband's brother that she's apparently still close with, which would be like her former brother-in-law, is very concerned. I read the article yesterday. She really does have some serious medical issues. And so he's like, she should not be drinking.
And driving.
Well, that too.
But I'm looking at a picture of her.
Yeah.
And she just did an interview recently, and she's got an oxygen cannula up her nose.
Yes.
I mean, both nostrils.
When was that picture taken? Because she was really sick at the end of last year, which is with this fundraising drive where they raised a boatload of money.
Well, that's her stock shot right now, apparently.
It's her new headshot.
Yeah, it's her new headshot with oxygen.
Fester!
Can I get this autographed? Listen, I want to go to...
It's time to go. We are way past time.
No, it's not.
This is overtime.
We're way past time. Let's see. The last stop set is is 5 minutes.
We got
right?
We got a minute and a half left.
Hey, what's our total time of the final stop? We'll just time it. We'll go right into the top of the hour. We're fine. I got another couple of minutes here to get a couple of things in. We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Yeah, she's 57. She looks like a hard 57.
Yeah.
And she's had a lot of surgeries.
Yeah, I feel bad for Mary Lou Retton, but I have no.
How do you feel bad for her?
Well,
I mean, she's sick, so we all, we don't want anybody to be
Right.
ill, but,
I have zero tolerance for her driving drunk and getting pulled over in West Virginia.
So did the Olympics make her life or ruin her life?
Well, that's the deal. Listen, how gymnastics, this is the story I saw. This was a New York Post exclusive. Fall of a Hero, how gymnastics made Mary Lou Retton a star and damaged her forever as she's left relying on oxygen.
What, she collapsed along on the uneven bars?
She got Olympic gold in '84 at the LA Olympics at the age of 16. She couldn't even take a full breath when I talked to her. She takes these little panting breaths, said ex-brother-in-law Sean Kelly, who remains close to her. It's a far cry from her Olympic days. Retton, now 57, frequently wears an oxygen cannula, remains on medication, and has undergone many debilitating hip surgeries that have left her struggling physically. It's a heavy toll that her career as an Olympian has taken on her body.
Really?
Once mighty 4'9" gymnast crashed back to the news on May 17th when she was hit with a DUI in West Virginia, her hometown of Fairmont, West Virginia. Wow. She was found in her 2019 Porsche in an AutoZone parking lot.
Get in the zone.
Yeah.
She was in the zone.
Yeah, she needs to get under the 0.08 zone. Yeah. And then they did a GoFundMe for her. And what did that raise ultimately?
Like $500,000.
Like a $500,000 with no accounting.
Yeah.
But listen.
Apparently, she went to Liquor City in Fairmont, West Virginia with that GoFundMe account.
I mean, did she piss away all the Wheaties money?
Yeah. No, it's a very good question. All right, we got to go, folks. That's gonna do it. Oh, the Osceola sheriff.
We didn't even get to that.
No, the Osceola sheriff has been arrested. Take a look at that. He was involved in a gambling operation and a cover-up. Holy crap. We got to go. What the hell? Oh, the Olympic music. Oh, son of a... my Olympic music. Hang on, I gotta shut off the... It might be at the end here. All right, I think it's the end. All right.
Not yet. Not yet.
We'll close it right here. Folks, have a great weekend, and let's be careful out there.
Hear the latest MJ Morning Show podcast on the Q105 app, powered by Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747...